Well, the anticipation is absolutely killing us.
We're here.
We're here. The Box Hill Burn. What an event it's been for, well, I don't know how many years now. I've seen that banner on the front straight there for many years, and it's absolutely an official event because they've got a banner.
Yeah,
they've got a logo and everything with flames coming off their B. So
once there's flames involved, you know that it's legit. Like it's become a big deal now. I think this is the third one. I think.
Oh, third. I would have said even more, but you could be right.
I'm trying to think. I know it's a love child of Steve Deneen. I reckon he's been rolling it for 3 years, but it could be longer.
We'll have to get the great man to provide a bit of advice on that a bit later on. He'll know how many burns he's done.
Yeah. Absolutely, he will. He knows how many steps he's taken this year. He'll know how many burns he's done. What a night for it. I honestly got a little bit nervous through the day. I thought, the weather gods aren't going to be kind to us. But our first event is on the track, and it is underway. It's a 1,000 metre, and it's our women's C 1,000 metres at that. So I'm not sure. There might be a pacemaker out in front, but we have a lot of invitational athletes, so it also maybe not.
That is one thing that the great man puts a lot of work into here at the Box Hill Club meets. Club meets being the Burn tonight and the Track Classic in a couple of weeks, setting up paces. Well, traditionally anyway. So we'll see tonight. But I would dare say he'll want the event set up for some fast times.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about fast times for Steve. And so I reckon he would have just extended this offer to anybody who's willing enough to come down and have a crack. And it is going to be Josephine Borthwick who's leading out the women's C. Piper Hartnett, not too far away, Estelle O'Neill. I'm going to take a guess. These are all women in the same training club on International Women's Day as well. A massive shout out to all of our strong, beautiful, independent women watching and competing, and that we all get to call loved ones as well. My mum and sister, big International Women's Day shout out to you. But we have some absolute talent on the track right now to showcase it all.
We do, and lots of athletes from the Vigor Running Club, that is, the Collingwood-based running group. So training mates getting it done, rolling around the first lap of 2.5, 1,000 metres. Bit of a we were talking about the mile a couple of weeks ago, the mile championships, and you run it like a 1,500 metres and hang on.
Yeah.
How do you run a K? Run it like an 800 and hang on?
That's what I was just about to say. I didn't want to be repetitive, but I almost think that is how you do it. Like, there's no other way you can compartmentalize this race. Like, it is just a hold-on process for the final 200
Although,
meters.
for anyone who's randomly logged on to watch these 1,000 metre races, which we've got some absolute talent a bit deeper in the program, and we mean talent as in Olympic standard talent. Tuning in to watch these 1,000 metres, it's a bit of, for anyone who runs, they know what pace they go per kilometre. So to see people running or get a bit of an gauge of pace and time, there's a bit of relevance there. But if you're a pure track runner running 1K on the track, you don't do that too often.
No, absolutely not. It's not a common distance at all. But you're right. Everybody knows if they're a hobby jogger, whether they're semi-elite, elite, whatever it is, you know what your K pace is. And this is a really good way to appreciate how fast all these people are on this track as well. So it'll be a great night. We don't have as many 1Ks as we do 5Ks, but that doesn't mean we don't have absolute class spread across the board in the 1,000 metres. 200 metres to go in the first event here. It's going to be Josephine Borthwick, who's just moved around Piper Hartnett of Collingwood. As you mentioned, this Vigor crew in the green, they are all from Collingwood, so there's a fair old chance that these two are going to be teammates, as Hartnett just gets right on the shoulder of Borthwick here as well. It was about 150 metres to go now, so we'll wait and see as they make their way down. Hartnett now just goes around one more time. Borthwick's got the inside lane, though, so she's going to go to the arms and she's going to extend it just a little bit. Hartnett going to try and move with her, though. I think it's going to be Borthwick. It is. So she's just going to move away here, and she's going to take the first event, this first 1,000-metre event, and that is Josephine Borthwick. Oh, very happy. A few high fives.
Absolutely wrapped.
The Burn always has good camaraderie. Let me just say that, because there's no state title on the line. There's no nothing. It's just, let's get out here and compete.
Let's just burn it.
Look at this. Let's just burn the wheels.
Burn up the track.
Look at these sprint finishes.
Yeah, love those finishes. So they run it like a 1,500 metres.
They have.
And just thought, got a bit of energy here. Let's go.
The opposite.
Let's go for it.
Right, we know nothing. I was pretty confident with the 800 hold on for 200 call, but
and that cannot be someone who's just bought a can of Stone and Wood ale from the canteen/bar here at Box Hill Track.
Yes.
Well. It's only 6 o'clock, but we could be in for a treat of a night.
Oh boy, these later races could get interesting. They could get very, very interesting. Look, we could even see some records here tonight. That's the other exciting thing, Mick.
Absolutely. Well,
and World Champ qualifiers or Commonwealth Game qualifiers or anything in between. Just
looking at the quality of the fields for the 1000s. We're on the 1000s right now, and you got Claudia Hollingsworth, who gave that 1,000-metre record a real nudge last year. Class 800-metre run, and only still a high schooler. Georgia Griffiths always pushing the pace as well. Very class 800-metre runner in Georgia Griffith. But then switching to the men's, we've got Pete Bowl. It's a return of Pete Bowl to racing in Melbourne. If you don't know him, he came fourth at the Olympics.
One of the greater races.
If you've read the Guardian newspaper or watched The Project or Channel 9 News or anything like that, at least we can talk to people about athletics now, just at work, and be like, oh yeah, I know that Peter Bowl guy.
Peter Bowl.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
I watched him in the Olympics.
So anyway, he'll be racing the 1,000 metres with training mate, well, a number of training mates actually, but probably most notably Joey Deng, who had a pretty hot state championships a couple of weeks ago.
Well, if you missed it, Joey Deng and the way that he handled the state championships 2 weekends ago was absolutely a sight for sore eyes. Like, he just never even looked like, how there's gears in a car and we say, oh, they're going through the gears in the race. He didn't even have to touch the gearbox. And he just absolutely
he was just rolling.
Pantsed them in the state final. It was unbelievable. That's going to be a great showdown, I think.
But then Matt Hussey, he's just been building through the season.
He's had a very, very nice season. Will Lewis had his measure in the state champs, though, over the 1,500.
And don't forget about Brad Mathis. So they are few to watch in the 1,000 metres in only half an hour's time. We've got the men's D 1,000 metres on the track right now, though. But looks like they are being led out by a pacer in Ranveer Gurja.
Yeah, the pink headband never misses. Never misses the pink headband.
And yeah, you're right. Steve Deneen, he's on. He knows all the elements of a, what you need in a track race. And he has a pacer's singlet, although he does have a number 11 hip number, which confuses me a bit.
It's interesting. Does he need a hip number? I really don't think he does.
Not if you're not finishing the race.
No.
Maybe he is racing at some point,
and he's just
in the coming races, and is ready.
You think he's just so prepared?
A warm-up of sorts for Ranveer.
I wouldn't be shocked, honestly, if that was the case. But we got Daniel Malone, who was a state champion 2 weeks ago as well, over the 1,500 in a few events. He's been working really well out of the Gav Burren stables, I should say. And I think that's going to be Paminger just ahead of him there for Box Hill. So all these Box Hill athletes always want to show up. And look at Daniel Malone.
As Ranveer Gurja takes him through at 400 metres, he goes, well, you can do the other 600 metres.
Yeah.
On you. Hang on. It has only been 400, hasn't it?
It's only been 400 metres.
Because this field has just been blown apart, and Daniel Malone's gone, let's go. Was he? Hang on.
He was behind. He was behind Paminger. And Daniel Malone...
And he definitely still has one lap to go.
Yep. Ready?
All right, let's go.
Come on, Daniel. So Daniel Malone's going to lead out Paminger, and then behind him there is going to be Richard Dorr of the Mornington Peninsula. But Daniel Malone, he's made light work of this at the moment. He was 2 metres behind Paminger 400 metres to go. He's 35 metres up now with 300 to go. And he doesn't look like he's slowing down at all. So Malone up the back straight. As I said, he had a great state championships 2 weeks ago. He's obviously pretty fit, and he's absolutely blown it out. I thought that there was another Box Hill athlete running down the back straight there. He's going to fly.
The old run-throughs on the back straight can be deceptive.
But no, it's all Daniel Malone with 180 to go.
Come on, Dan.
On track for a sub 250, even 245. That's flying in the first men's race of the evening. That's the standard here at the Box Hill Burn tonight.
Jeez.
245 win in the first at Randwick.
This would have been a great tip.
Yeah.
246. Woof.
246, number 5 on the first.
That is flying. 240. Well done, Paminger.
Paminger.
Hold on.
Dyer and O'Halloran go. Oh, O'Halloran almost got Dyer in the end, but just held off.
Under the 3 there too.
3:15 seed time as well. Basically beating their seed time by the length of the straight.
Massive.
If we're continuing on the horse terminology.
If we're going off the length of it. So we have Steve Deneen walking past with his daughter Brookie, who, you know, in one of the more beautiful gestures I've ever received personally, has written us a note here for the commentary box that says, "Go Mitch and Michael, have a great call." I should almost put up a photo on social media of this. It is.
Yeah, it'll go up at some point.
Yeah, I might have to frame it.
So, like, never received like a handmade poster.
No.
Yeah. Competition years.
And then we may never again.
Yeah,
this might just be it.
Everyone has their niche, I guess.
Yeah.
And maybe we still haven't found it, but
yeah.
Not going to be that cocky to say we've found our niche doing this, but maybe more so than actually running.
Go the call.
Oh, beauty.
When you want something, eat or food or whatever.
Oh.
We'll be starting with the electronic gun. We'll recall with the traditional gun, and that might be a photo finish problem or something like that. So if you do hear that, stop.
Hospitality at Box Hill. You would have heard just in the background there. God, they don't make him like Jeremy Griffiths anymore.
They don't.
He's just special.
President of the club.
President of the club.
Yeah.
Yep.
Number of years running now, I bet.
This would be his 3rd, I reckon.
That's a number.
Yep. Same amount of burns. I'm going to call them. I think they've come together.
Oh, okay. So there's no coincidence that
Jeremy Griffith.
That Jeremy Griffith has been in power for the length of time that there has been a burn.
Jeremy Griffith is the burn.
Okay.
Here we go. So the men's C1000's underway now. We have a field of 12, so this is our biggest one thus far, and they are going to get out and they're going to get moving.
And this field is peppered with boys wearing the old Scotch red kit. There's 3-4 of them in the race, if they've all towed the start line, of course.
Well, it looks like a big field. But I'm only seeing 2 red singlets. So,
So either I'm a liar or a couple of them haven't towed the start line. Alex Shears-Jones is leading the way around, followed by Bryn Lonigan of Melbourne University. So yeah, you're right. The field doesn't look as peppered with old Scotch as I first thought. There is 2 of them.
Peppered.
Yeah.
That's new.
Yeah, I heard it during the week. Another commentator used it, and I was like, I'm going to use the word pepper.
Yeah, that's been slipped in.
Yeah.
You're learning. Hold on.
Yeah. And we'll do our best to remember the names of all the athletes who come through and finish in the top 3 in all the races tonight, unlike the 10,000 metres that Jakeb Rayner ran a couple of days ago and yesterday.
Yes, last night.
Apparently the commentators were like, whoa, who is that? Just runs a national record, but who is that?
Well, if you did miss it, Jakeb Rayner, 27:15 last night in California for 10,000 metres. Not 8K, not 6K, 10,000
San Jose, California, home of the PBs, not Box Hill anymore.
No, I'm almost willing to give it to them. With 400 metres to go here in the men's C1000 metres, and it is going to be Kevin Zhu leading out Scott Benedict. So these 2 are going to get moving. Scott Benedict has been racing all summer. He's been waiting for an opportunity to win here, and he's got it right now. So sitting in nicely behind Zhu. There's a beautiful line stretched out here as
how
well.
nice is that to look?
They got a little bit of space
here.
That
would make a great photo.
Oh, someone's got to get it. Quads of Fury down here, I think. So he'll be absolutely snapping the lenses.
Oh, and Benedict getting up on the shoulder of Zhu. He's going to wait 200 metres, pass on the bend. The Cardinal sin in distance running, but 200 metres to go. He says, I can do it. But no, it's Bryn Lonigan, who's been sitting in that second position for much of the race. Zhu's not going to let him get away too quickly. Lonigan and Zhu. Lonigan's just extending that lead.
Well, Lonigan looks like he's just been biding his time, and 100 metres to go. He's an absolute bullet out of a gun, so he's going to try and fly down this home straight.
Oscar O'Connor from Doncaster in the yellow singlet, getting up on Bryn Lonigan's shoulder. It's going to be, wow, and it is O'Connor. Followed by Lonigan, Zhu, Benedict will be your top 4. and the peppering of Old Scotch in the 4th and 5th positions.
I think that was about 236, 237. Just if my eyes can see that correctly, I think 236, 237. So 9 seconds up on the last race.
Quick.
Flying.
Burning up the track, so to speak.
Well, these 1000s roll around very quickly because almost with the blink of an eye, we're at the women's B 1,000 metres.
Yeah, well, there's only seven 1,000 metre races for the evening, rolling into the 5,000 metres, which obviously will take up a lot more time. But we do have 8 5,000 metre races. But they start at 6:40 and go all the way through till 9:20.
Yeah, a little bit longer.
A little bit long. Almost 5 times as long per race.
I'm no mathematician, but that seems to make sense.
But 5,000 divided by 1,000 is 5.
Now that's good math.
It seems like we've got a mini break in the program.
Yeah, there's a maybe. What do we got here? 6, 7, 10. Well, there's nobody on the line.
Yeah, see a few of the women gathering around that back straight. So 2.5 laps for the 1,000 metres, as you've been seeing. So 12.5 laps for the 5,000. So all our events tonight will be starting on that back straight.
Oh yeah, in the same spot.
It's just a little,
Those are just the little things.
Tidbit.
Yeah. Those are the
little
things.
feature that I thought, hang on, that's an interesting thing about tonight. As opposed to 800, 1,500 or mile. Geez, when you have a mile, there's it's a completely different start line.
That just sends you into a head spin. I haven't seen Steve Deneen stop moving since he's been here. Actually, as I say that, he's now stopped for a pizza. As I
say that,
timing.
He's sitting down and he is eating a pizza.
Oh, boy. Big shout out to Mel Deneen, Steve Deneen's lovely wife. What an evening. The sun's starting to come out here at Box Hill. This is just as good as it gets. As good as it gets.
Too good. What a night for it.
Okay.
Women's B, 1,000 metres.
Well, I got 10 on my start list, and
it doesn't look like there's 10 out there, does it?
Looks like there's 4.
I think maybe that's why the slight delay, just double checking if everyone is there and ready to go, which looks like 6 of them aren't.
On your marks. Come up to the, stand up please. Yeah, it's the curve line up, okay. We don't want you giving them a head start. On your marks.
Okay. So we are away here in the women's B1000. Now, as we mentioned, there were meant to be 10 athletes in this field. 4 have towed the line. So I just want you to know that you're not seeing things. There are only 4 athletes in this field right now.
There wasn't even traffic in here.
No. Yeah, you made it.
Yeah.
You made it on time. If Mick's made it on time, nobody's got any excuses.
Trekked across the city. I've got here on time. So, don't know what happened to the other 6 girls, but we do see Piper Gay of Williamstown leading out the 4 that did roll up for this women's B 1,000 metres here at the Box Hill Burn, followed by Rachel White,
And
Poppy O'Loughlin,
and Anna Carrick, former Box Hill athlete. So good to see her back down at the track. But yeah, four women here still going to take it out over the B 1,000 metres through the first 300, and everybody's got a little bit of room, which is ideal. It's just going to be Carrick, who's just off the back a little bit, but certainly not far enough off the back that you would raise any eyebrows. So Carrick just off the back there, and she is behind Poppy O'Loughlin. Rachel White, who did a lot of work over the state championships 2 weekends ago, is just going to put herself in second, and it is Piper Gay leading it out also did a lot of work over the state championships 2 weeks ago. If you missed the state championships, I feel like I'm really pumping it up. But
you were there for you were there for 58
hours,
58 hours of the.
I was there for 40 hours, loving every hour, second. Minute.
Of the 35 hours that the state championships ran for, you were there for 40 of them.
Yeah, I just stayed overtime. I just wanted to make sure that it was really done.
You were there redoing your calls.
Yeah, me and Lockie.
When everyone had gone home.
You know, we were the last ones to
replaying
leave.
things in your mind.
Well, Piper Gay is still leading out Rachel White, so it is going to be the battle of our juniors right now. Still sitting there nicely. That was Poppy O'Loughlin and Carrick, not too far away, but it is going to be Piper Gay and Rachel White. And Rachel White sat right on the shoulder, though. She's been there really comfortably for a while, and you would think maybe up this back straight even, she might try and make a move around Piper Gay.
Which does make me worried for Piper. We've seen Piper, I think, at almost every Milers club meet this summer. But I'm worried. Rachel White, we've seen her a few races as well, and she's just been sitting in the prime position. She just, either she's clipping her heels or she's stepping just out on the shoulder of Gay. We know the bends aren't the best place to pass somebody, but 200 metres to go, give it all you got, and Gay is absolutely doing that. She's trying to shake off the power of White as they move into the front straight.
Yeah, well, Gay was able to hold that rail, which is really big to do here when you make your way around the bend. So it's still Gay leading out White. Maybe got a little bit left in her there. Rachel White, she starts to lift. The arm starts to pump. But Piper Gay's put her head down and she wants to take the win here in the B. And I think she's going to do just that. Piper Gay is the first gun-to-tape competitor here tonight. And she will take out the women's B 1000. Rachel White there in a hard-fought second. As we see Lachlan come down now for third. And Carrick not far away in fourth. And a lot of love, a lot of admiration. As I said, great camaraderie at the burn. I don't know what it is. It just brings out the best in people. Maybe it's the track. I don't know. But fantastic racing there from our women in the B1000.
It's just the vibe of the community club meet. It's put on by the club, for the club, by the people, for the people. How's the? I was just mesmerised by the technique of Piper Gay charging down the straight then. Yeah. You see a bit of the work that the balance runner, Paul McKinnon, does, and then a few of his simple cues about lifting your arms and symmetry, and it's Paul. If you happen to
if you're
watch
there,
this, re-watch it and let me know your thoughts, please, because I reckon that was textbook the balance runner.
Imagine Paul's out here just watching. He goes, "Oh my God, they know me."
Yeah.
Actually, thanks for that, Michael.
Yeah.
By the way, I think it is very, very good. Well, this looks like a little bit of a bigger field. Maybe we've had more men rock up for the B than we've seen for the women's B.
Well, I mean, if there's more than four, then you'd be right.
Man, yeah, from a betting man, I'm putting the house on it. Good field too.
Few familiar names there as well in Seb Farrelly, Caden Murray, Bart Leeton, the young gun in Bart Leeton.
Well, Bart Leeton got handed his first defeat at the state championships 2 weeks ago.
Oh, who handed it to him?
Or
is
no, I've got this.
Testing your knowledge too much.
Glenn Huntley.
Logan Janetsky, potentially?
No, not Janetsky. I cannot recall what his name was. But
okay, sorry I asked.
It was incredible. Bart Leeton, though, put up a solid fight, so I'm sure he'll do the same here. If he's on the line, that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't see his red colours.
The peppering of the old Scotch.
Yeah,
there's no peppering. I think for a race to be peppered.
It pepped early.
I think the men's A might be peppered by St Kevin's colours.
Yes.
That'd be a peppering. But no, it doesn't look like we've got Bart Leeton. Robert Wheats in the mighty, mighty Western Athletics colours.
Good to see.
Caden Murray leading them out, though.
Yeah, he's been everywhere this summer, hasn't he? Caden Murray's done plenty. And he always seems to find his way to the front. So does Johnny Portwood, Will Lindsay tucked in there. And with that hip number 9 is going to be Rebby Williams, also of Doncaster. So good little Doncaster contingent here. A lot of yellow, but different clubs.
That is great. Mentone as well. Great observation on the yellow. Caden Murray leading the way and happy to do so. Portwood, Williams. Will Lindsay as well.
Lindsay's a strong runner, and I would not be surprised over the last 300 metres if that's where he launches his attack. He's been able to sit on the rail, but Caden Murray's really tough. He never gives up that lead with any sort of ease, so I reckon this is going to shape up to be an absolute cracker with 500 to go.
Yes, so closely bunched, and halfway through this 1 kilometre event, 500 metres down, 500 metres to go. Caden Murray leading the way, but just been vested by Will Lindsay. Oh, sorry, is that James Taranto?
I think it's Taranto.
James Taranto of Box Hill, the hometown hero on his home track. Robert Wheats moves up onto the heels of Taranto, with Remy Williams just in tow in third position.
I don't know anything about this balanced runner, but I really feel like Taranto's got a lot of it going on right now. So Taranto going to try and go through the motions with 300 metres to go. Wheats on the outside. I said Will Lindsay with 300 metres might try and have a crack, but the man who's going to beat him there first, I believe, is our man from Knox, and that's Bradley Hall. So Hall going to try and go around them all, but Lindsay ended up getting there first. I think they're going to start to show the back door. 200 to go. Will Lindsay, watch him fly now, Mick.
Will Lindsay opens up a gap over Hall by 5 metres, 10 metres. He'll get to 15 metres before I finish this sentence, and he does.
Well, Will Lindsay, he absolutely waited and bided his time. He spent a lot of time in the gym. He's been working on that physique, and maybe he'll be able to get the double cobras out to show the win here in the men's B 1,000 metres. So Will Lindsay going to try and come down and greet the judge. There's a little bit of a challenge behind, but Will Lindsay, he'll salute as your winner of the B 1,000 metres. A really hard-fought effort there also by Remy Williams, who started to come late.
Taranto, Wheats and Caden Murray finishing strong there as well. 1,000 metres, one of those distances, eh?
Just something about it. You got to really execute it perfectly. There's no margin for error. Absolutely at all.
Haha.
And Willie, look at him, he loves it.
How's this? We're going to the list of Australian records here, and this is quite... Hang on, let me read out some of these. Yeah, the women haven't gathered yet on the back straight, so we've got some time to buffer a bit, which we love to do. Okay, Tamsin Manu 600 metre record. Meeting de la Province de Ligue.
Wow.
Then we've got mile record, Lyndon Hall at Memorial Van Dam.
Yep.
We've got 2,000 metre record, Benita Johnson Golden Spike Ostrava.
Yep.
5,000 metre Jess Hull Hercules meet in Monaco.
One of my favourites.
1,000 metre record by Lyndon Hall, 2 minutes 35.9 seconds, Box Hill Burn.
Why does that not have a link? We need to make a Wikipedia page
or
for the burn.
Make it exotic, like Le Box Hill Burn.
For the burn here.
So that is another local one, Telstra A Series. We're getting back into 300 metres here. Jana Pittman, Telstra A Series. Listened to a great podcast by Jana Pittman during the week, actually, with on the Howie Games. Pretty insightful. Talk about Jana Pittman. Anyway, Lyndon Hall does hold the record. This meet last year, 235.9.
Could go. Very well could go, because there was somebody who was well within a shake of it as well.
I think
that is Claudia Hollingsworth.
She was in that race, if I'm not mistaken.
And she was not far away from winning the race. And
that was probably a breakthrough, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of her first big races.
Also, I need to say it's Claudia.
I did know that.
Yeah. I wanted
but
to
in recent times, I've forgotten that.
I need to get that in.
Absolutely.
Because I am the worst at getting it wrong. So, Claudia Hollingsworth. We could see it go tonight. Also, Georgia Griffith is in here as well, an Olympian. Also, World Junior representative, World Champs representative. This is going to be a cracker of a 1,000.
And Lucinda Rourke as well. She is holds a World Junior qualifying time for the 1,500 metres.
Well, she's going to go straight to the front. Lucinda. Oh, no! Oh, we have a trip there, and I think that's Georgia Griffith.
I think it is Griffith, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
It is disappointing 50 metres into a race. So it is Rourke who is leading the way. Hollingsworth just on her heels. Amy Robinson of Collingwood is in that third position there, tucked in just behind, followed by Matilda Strugnall.
Well, let me just say, Amy Robinson as well has had a stellar summer, so she can certainly make the pace with Claudia Hollingsworth for a while. So too Lucinda Rourke. So she's going to do a bit of the work to lead them out. Claudia Hollingsworth is more than happy to sit back, though. As you watched her over the last couple of weeks, she's easily able to just go through the gears without almost trying and just move her way past. So she's going to get right on the shoulder of Rourke, and Green tucked in nicely behind there. So I'm about a second late here. So I'm going to call that a 63 through the first 400. So it's absolutely on.
It's on. They will need to wind it up a little bit and not lose any pace in this middle stage. They say first lap of any race, not too hard. The trick is not getting carried away. The last part to close, no worries. It's that middle part that you really need to hold on to your form. Can't let anything slip too much as we see the three athletes in that same formation. Rourke, Claudia Hollingsworth just sitting in the perfect position just on Rourke's. Oh, no, it's Hollingsworth who has taken the lead from Rourke. Sorry, as they come into our view here. So Hollingsworth, 1 lap to go. Bit of a gap from Rourke, but not all that much. Robinson getting on the heels of Rourke and itching to get on the heels of Hollingsworth into that second position.
Well, here we go. Amy Robinson, I reckon she's going to be a really good surprise package over the final 300 metres here. So Robinson knows that she cannot give Claudia Hollingsworth too much room because she is known to just burst these things open in an instant. So Hollingsworth going to lead out Robinson, but Robinson's going to try and get right on her maybe into this bend. She's going to have to settle to tuck right behind there. So I think Lucinda Rourke, she might be done now, as now we start to see what I was talking about. Claudia Hollingsworth just moves away with 150 to go.
How the wheels extending a lead of 5, 10 to 15 metres over Robinson, who is a class 800 metre runner coming into the straight. It won't be an Australian record, but she will finish in an unbelievable time. Claudia Hollingsworth, as the crowd gets their feet and cheers her home over these final stages. In a time of just over 240, 241, 242 by our clock. Amy Robinson, Lucinda Rourke, strong run early on, did all she could.
So about a 252 there for Rourke.
Humphrey and Strugnall to close out this women's A 1,000 metres.
But as I said, Claudia Hollingsworth, she's just a class act. That was unbelievable. Just so smooth and going through the motions and everything like that. Amy Robinson did a really good job to just try and challenge on the shoulder, but 200 metres to go. It was all the race for Claudia Hollingsworth, and what a finish, what a performance. Continues the streak of winning. Very unfortunate with Georgia Griffith as well.
Yeah, that's the last thing that you want to happen, especially meters? That. Well, it's best like that early into a race, but also in such a quick race. Like, 1,500, maybe you get back on 5,000, 3,000, no worries.
Yeah.
1,000,
yeah.
Nah. So I hope she's all right.
Pretty big hit.
Yeah, it did look like she had quite a fall. So, hopefully she pulls up all right from that.
There's a lot of serious athletes walking around here. Like, there's not a lot of smiling. There's not a lot of getting around each other. There's a lot of funny blokes
hopefully
and
everyone,
women as well.
Hopefully everyone relaxes after the race is done.
Here we go. Our final 1,000 metre event is our men's A1000, and Mick is ferociously going through these Australian records as we speak, because I have a pretty strong feeling this record that has stood for 12 years now by Ryan Foster. Potentially, University Park could potentially be from an NCAA race, possibly back in the day. But 219.60 is our Australian record. And I think between Bowl and Deng, Mathis is a New Zealander, so it'd be interesting to know what the New Zealand record is. But between these two, I have a very strong feeling this record could go. Well, I'll run that back. Jeff Risley, 1,000, 216.09. 216.09 for Jeff Risley, because Jeff may be watching. Correct. And I know that he could potentially message me. There we go. We're on the wrong one there, Jeff.
Indoors. 216 outdoor record. 216 is the time to beat.
8-year record. Golden Spikes. Can we see
Here we are
still burn?
Leadlock still burn. In Melbourne.
So we're away now. Felix Lonergan going to try and pace them out if he can get to the front, and he does just that because I'm saying it's a hard field to get to the front of, and it's going to be Deng, and just on the outside of him is Peter Bowl. Behind them there is Brad Mathis. So let's watch these three go through the motions. They've got a good pacemaker in Felix Lonergan. He's a former 400-metre runner, so he can certainly handle the speed. And look at this now. Look at these two sort themselves out. It is Peter Bowl, Joseph Deng, Brad Mathis, Scott too. So we also have
Ryoji Tatazawa. I was speaking of Sean Whip during the week, and he did say that he was looking at bringing a couple of, or helping a couple of Japanese athletes come over. So we do have Ryoji Tatazawa in the mix as well in 5th place behind Bowl, Deng, Mathis.
Well, they're just looking absolutely... So this is what I was saying about Joseph Deng. Look how smooth he looks behind Peter Bowl as they lap a 52.53 through the first 400 metres. So they're going to come around here. Obviously, in 200 metres' time, they're going to get the bell. We'll have a really, really good indication what they're on for Australian record pace. But it is Peter Bowl. He's actually starting to gap Joseph Deng and Brad Mathis. So Felix Lonergan moves out to lane 3. Peter Bowl, Felix Lonergan goes, my God, my legs are about to fall off. And Peter Bowl says, all right, I'll take over from here now. It's time for me to do what I do best. So Peter Bowl, here he is, 400 metres to go. 1:20 on the clock. Mathis goes around Deng, and we're about to fly, Mick.
So you need a 56-second, 55-second close to chase that record, and, well, he's looking bloody good. Bowl, Mathis, Deng in tow, and then the rest of the field battling it out. Any other night at Box Hill, that would be the leading pack. But we do have 4th place at the Tokyo Olympics in Peter Bowl, charging down the back straight on his way to what could be an Australian record. Look at Mathis, though. He's in tow. He's closing that gap as Deng just fades away into the field ever so slowly. Watch Peter Bowl charge home, Mitch.
Well, this is absolutely special. You said a 4th place at the Olympics. Peter Bowl is going to open up his campaign. He's done a little bit at altitude. 100 metres to go. He's on a 2:03. So he's certainly within the realm of breaking this record right now. He puts his head around. He needs to really dig here, Peter Bowl. He's going to go straight to the arms. I think he's going to be just out of it. 2:16 is what we're looking for. And he's going to stop it at about 2:18. So just out of the Australian record. Brad Mathis now for 3rd. Matty Hussey got flying down there. Craig Huffer now comes through as we now also see Tadazawa, Joseph Deng and Scott. But wow, Peter Bowl, 2:18 to open your year. Not bad.
Not bad, not bad. That's a pretty tough record, that Jeff Risley, 2:16. And strong runs by Mathis. And who saw Hussey coming as well? We were saying that. It's that 3rd place runner that the commentators don't see.
And then they finish and you go, oh, my God. Well, he's got the dirtiest haircut in the field, that's for sure. But Pete Bowl, great start to the year.
Don't mind those new Adidas kits as well.
Yeah, these are... Well, they're very similar to their last year one, I reckon. But I love the fade colour. I love the blue. The blue's really popping right now, isn't it? Good salute to the crowd here.
Is loving Peter Bowl. His return to Box Hill track. Couple of seconds off that Australian record only.
So they should.
Such a strong run.
2 seconds off an Australian record to start year. Less than.
Yeah, don't mind that. Don't mind that at all.
I've got nothing but time for that.
We're still waiting for a few lap counters to come down here. For those who are wondering, it's 12.5 laps to the track, so there might be a bit of lucky going on.
All right, beautiful. We are here with the winner of the men's A1000 Pete Bowl. We will make this quick as you have things to do, mate. Walk us through that race. How'd it feel? How'd it go?
Good until the pacer stopped out, and then you realise how windy it was. But we came out here to just try and have another race before Sydney this weekend. So yeah, it went well. Obviously getting the win is an important part, but having the whole team training as well and competing, so it's nice.
Yeah, I know. It was a little bit harder conditions than maybe what you were anticipating. Was the Australian record on the back of your mind a little bit coming into it, or was it all about just getting that first race under your belt?
You know what? It was up until 900 metres. Yeah. So until that, I was like, nah.
Yeah, it just
it's not in the picture now. I think to get the Australian record, we got to kind of race when we're in peak season in Europe. If you can get it here, it'd be awesome. But the goal is never to be that fit here anyway. So it's okay. We'll take the win.
No, I'm more than okay. It was a great race. We're looking forward to seeing you for the rest of the year, Pete. Go warm down. You deserve it, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Showing your lane number orders, please. Just make sure there's enough room. So giving your number order, you guys can obviously not too far away. So metre off the line. Feet have to be totally off the line, okay? So really cool. Yeah, the curve line, So you've got a head start. Yeah, right. So these guys will be gone by the time you get there. Watch the pain back then. You've got to move down on the inside of the pain. Stay on that side of the pain. Alright? Good luck. You should be able to fit in there, mate, and they can reform you up.
So we move on from the 1000s to the 5000. We were just talking off air. Is that how I describe it? We were talking without the microphones being
we're on air, I guess.
I'm glad we don't have to read all these names because there are 29 competitors here in the mixed B at 5000. I also want to get out there now. I'm just going to do this before the race gets underway. I am going to
I'm curious. I'm so curious.
Mispronounce a couple
of
names.
What are you going to say?
We're going to do our best to keep track of what laps everybody's on as well, because there could be a little bit of chopping and changing with 29 people in a mixed 5,000. And thirdly, we're going to have fun.
I think the main thing for the next 20 to 23 minutes is wish us luck and just have some fun with us. Just cut us some slack, all right?
Don't give us a hard time.
We get some things wrong.
Yeah.
Then we get some things wrong, but it's not because we don't care. It's because we're trying our best.
Yeah, we're only human, all right? I'm not a smart man. I'm a wise one, okay? That's what I tried to tell my teachers.
And we were saying we were like, there's only 17 races, 15 races tonight, except the meet goes for 3.5 hours. Like, how can that be? It's like, well, yeah, 15 races, but there's 8 5K races, and also there's 29 athletes lining up for this 5K race for the first one on the start list, should I say?
Well, I'm going to, yeah, actually, I was going to say, I'm going to back in that all 29 are there, but I'm not.
And then 30 in the next one, and then we've got the men's A, so that's a bit more elite at 13. Women's A, 15. And then we go back up to the men's B, 27. 29 for the men's C. Men's D, 28. And 28 for the men's E. So they're thick, dense fields.
Well, Lockie's just told us there's 25. And I need you guys to understand, if you've never been to Box Hill.
Split start line.
Yeah, we are
Split
on the other side of the track from this, and I thought Lockie had actually counted from here how many athletes are on the track. He's got the only screen in front of him right now, so he's counted it off that. I was about to absolutely sing the praises of
split start
Lachlan
line.
Rayner.
If you ever want to be tricked, split start line.
Why does Matt Hussey look like he's going to jump the commentary booth? Can we lock everything down?
All black gives you that look. Well, actually, I'm wearing all black as
I was
well.
about to say,
so
I'm not scared of
yeah,
you.
me and Hussey, the Western Suburbs boys, all black.
Something about it. He looks like he's just come out of an Eminem music video.
Well,
maybe he has.
He's a DJ.
No,
okay, we're getting off track now. So, first two races are going to be mixed races.
There he is.
We've got the mixed B and the mixed A, and then we get into the men's and women's events. So actually, there's only a women's A race, and then all the other races will be mixed, and then we have men's A, B, C, D, E.
Well, they're holding him a little bit. I mean, I'd be very cold on that start line. As we heard Peter Bowl say, the wind is whipping through this athletics track right now. I know I said earlier, oh, wow, the weather's amazing and it's really turned it on for us.
Yeah, we sort of said it's a night for it, but it's not not the absolute night for it.
No.
It could be more of a night for it.
It could be much more of a night for it. But we're underway in the mixed B 5,000 metres, and you'll never guess who our pacemaker is. It's
Ranveer Gurja.
Yeah.
I wonder what hip number he's wearing, though. I wonder if he's still got the 11, because he never raced. He never raced 1,000.
Well, otherwise he'll be Justin Bradley. So he'll have to have 30 on, surely. Put your bets in.
Yeah, 30 or nothing. Otherwise, why would he?
What number
you're right.
is Ranveer Gurja wearing?
Ranveer Gurja is a pacemaker in the fluoro green, by the way, who's trying to just round the field and get to the front of everyone.
He's got to have 30 on. He has to. No.
29. Well, that's confusing.
Because
we've got 29 as Joanne Pratt. So it's left us confused here.
Is this Joanne?
So many good 5K races on at the moment as well. We've got all these club runs coming up. We had got Richmond. Harry is putting on a 5K in a couple of weeks' time.
Which you're running,
next Thursday.
aren't you?
Who have you been speaking to? I believe I might be putting my name down for that one.
I do my own research.
Yeah. Yep. And Collingwood Harriers are putting one on in April. We have the Track Classic here is going to be a 3K.
Yep, 3K.
I believe. So tonight a 5K.
3 and 15, is it?
It's good. 3 and 15, I believe, at the end of the month.
I may be running a 3,000.
Ooh, is this an exclusive? Hang on, did you do that Sunset Series?
I did.
The tan. How did that go for you?
Mate, so hard.
One lap or 2 laps?
Double lap. Double lap.
A double lapper.
Look, I certainly got exposed. I've been running back again for a little bit, and I thought, look, it's in my backyard. Let's give it a nudge. Obviously, Nath Nation working the event. How could I miss that?
Yeah, of course.
And
support on course, and pick up some deals from the Soul Motive tent after the event.
Well, amazingly, I got there.
Just for a break in the action here, as we see Sean Leith leading the way behind Ranveer Gurja.
Okay, so that is Joanne.
So you're saying that's definitely Joanne, but
I've been called out on social media. It's on motive. Mate, you know
What do you
why I
mean you've
wasn't
been
in the
called
photo afterwards? It's because I was struggling to get home.
oh,
to my
so
house in
hang on.
Richmond.
So you're saying that you were strong enough to get a podium at,
No.
at an event, and you weren't respectful enough to accept
I
accept the prize afterwards.
I got worked. Actually, he's standing right behind me, the man who absolutely worked
Oh,
me.
Look, what are your thoughts on
It was
this?
leg out.
No, so it's Lego. So
Yeah, Lego
Mitch's-
got me.
Oh,
mate
My
that he
favourite.
commentates.
Mate,
I know
he
what you
didn't
mean.
just get me. He just absolutely ruined me. He ran such a beautiful race. But, mate, the reason I didn't hang around is because I thought if I hang around any longer, I'm going to be going to the Alfred. I was in an absolute world of pain. You know when you forget to respect running? Like you haven't done it for a
sorry, I
little
was
bit.
confused for a sec. You mean
Yeah,
the Alfred
yeah.
Hospital, not the Prince
Alfred Hospital.
You
No,
meant
no, Alfred
Prince
Hospital.
Prince Alfred Pub for
No,
some
no.
celebratory.
There was no celebrating.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
almost
like, so
don't
did it
to
go
work.
well or did it go bad?
It was almost don't go to work on Thursday. It was very close. But enjoyed it. Maybe 3Ks more my caper, though, because 8K, yeah, it was demons. That's for sure. Ranvia Gurge is still leading him out. This pack has formed up just a little
Pace
bit.
to perfection. Sean Leith.
So on the
Following-
outside, is that
following
Daniel
Sean,
McKenzie?
It's Chris Emerson
Okay.
and Daniel McKenzie. So they go side by side behind Sean Leith, who's in the blue. Emerson, yeah, he's right there as well. He's up on the heels of Gurge now in the hip number 19. If these hip numbers are even correct, because Gurge is wearing the 29. Yet
We need Steve over here. He needs to explain how Ranvia is wearing the 29. That doesn't make sense. I just want to give a shout out to John Curry of Doncaster. I know I keep harping on about the state championships, but he was my favourite athlete because he entered.
what did
He's
he
about
do?
50, about 54, I think. John Curry. He ran the open steeplechase, and it was one of the cooler things I've ever seen. And he absolutely killed it. So it's great to see him out here having a ping over the 5,000. So Ranvia Gurge is meant to have the 23 on, right? Did we just misread?
maybe
Because
it's possible.
I mean, the 3 and the 9 are very similar.
Let's have a look.
I almost need to get on the track.
That will be our thing for this lap.
I almost need to. Honestly, if we can't see this, it's time for glasses.
Go. You run out, and I'll run out onto the track. Have a
Okay.
good look.
Okay. Oh, I think it's drawn on. Well, either way, it's starting to break up a little bit now. And just on the back of it, so now he's started to stretch it. There's a pack of 4, and they're looking really strong as well. It is going to be. These numbers aren't quite correct. So we do have a pack of 4 leading it out. It's 23. Mick's giving me the official confirmation. It's 23. Okay. So Ranvia's got 23 on. So things are all right in the world. But he's split it open. I don't know whether he's put his foot on the accelerator a little bit, but he's certainly started to extend away from this field, and he's bringing 4 people along with him. And that 4 might quickly become 3, and at the back of it is going to be Daniel McKenzie. So McKenzie just going to try and latch back on. He needs his compatriot behind him there to just make sure that he hangs on to. A lot of smiles around the athletics track for a 5,000 as well. I can, to go back to the sole motive, I can tell you there was not a singular smile on my face for
your face. So they're
5,000.
usually
there's smiles
happier
everywhere.
events.
There's smiles everywhere.
Motive events are great.
This is just unbelievable.
But, no, not from yourself because you're in a world of pain.
So much pain.
It's great that events are back. I was down at Geelong on the weekend doing a bit of a 10K trot. No, it was the river run put on by PB Events.
Yeah.
It was just great to be in an event atmosphere again.
It's good to see people out and about. As we look at this. So they are moving through here, and there's going to be Cara Foot
Emerson,
leading out our women.
Foot, Leith.
And at the back.
Leading that
Leith.
next pack is Gurav
Agarwal. Box Hill man.
In the yellow, though.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe he doesn't want the pressure of wearing the Box Hill singlet. At
Yeah, I
Box
get
Hill.
that. I get that. Because there is pressure that comes with it.
Oh,
But, yeah.
absolutely there is.
You know what they say.
Ranvia. Pressure makes diamonds.
Ranvia,
I spoke to Ranvia before the race, and he said, I'm going to go 2K.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Yeah. It does. Pressure makes
It does. It does.
So
And,
2K. So he said he's going 2K. He's over 2K. We're over 2K into this race. Surely. Or am I? We are. Yep. We've got the nod of approval from Lockie. That's all I needed. As we see a little bit of movement as well coming through here. And who's been moving through is actually, that's Kaman Ip of Box Hill. She's moved her way towards the back of the field. Now she's starting to move through parts of this pack. So this is what we were saying about where the lap count is at. So our front pack may overtake our back pack this lap, potentially.
Yeah.
Or the
But
next lap.
I love that we're talking in terms of packs, that people sort of sorted themselves out in such a way that they are packing up, so to speak. You've heard that phrase before.
Yep. I was going to let it go.
Don't you laugh at me like I'm the weirdo.
I was going to let it go. No, I was just adding background noise. That's it.
Leith, Foote, Mackenzie, Emerson still makes up your top 4, being led out by the ever-reliable Ranveer Gurja.
Foote looks really strong there in third. Like, really strong. I know Leith looking pretty nice. So too Mackenzie. But Foote's really got a good spot.
You wouldn't... Oh, I was about to say, you wouldn't want to be old mate between the packs right now, but it was just someone doing a run through. I thought someone was caught like 100 metres between packs. Never going to catch the people in front, never going to be caught by the people behind. But such a situation doesn't actually exist in this race right now. I got fooled.
It's easy to do. There's that many athletes around here. It's easy to get sucked in.
Fool me once.
Shame on you.
Doing well, Daniel Mackenzie, and then also Sean Leith, who's managed to hang on to that group as they bunch around and go past some of our lap runners. We did see halfway split there, Nick, but they are now into the second half of this event. 9:30 it was. Probably sitting around the 18:20 mark at the moment, so they're going along quite nicely. You look at starting form there, and the person once again being asked Sean Leith to sort of work to get back on the foot, as we see Daniel Mackenzie take his turn out front, sitting on the back of the pacer. That's just going past us there, that's going flat once they go around.
Also, Ranveer Gurja still leading it out. Foote just dropping back a little bit there, and it's Mackenzie who moves his way right behind our seasoned pacemaker here down at Box Hill. So they're moving quite nicely. As we see coming through the line now is Tiana Postons of Box Hill. And we have seen a lapping take place here, our front pack. So Ranveer Gurja moving out wide, and I hope Mackenzie,
So
yeah, there we go.
through,
He's
mate,
let him know.
come
Yeah,
through.
that's good
I'm
pacemaking.
I've
He says,
done
mate, my
my
job
job
here is done. So Mackenzie
You
going to
keep
take
going.
over now. Good pacemaking there from Ranveer. Very, very nicely done.
So Mackenzie,
Is it Emerson?
Emerson, Leith, Leith.
Yep. So this is our
Second
a
pack.
backpack.
The backpack, the mid
Yeah.
pack. Oh no, this is the back.
this is
Sorry,
our
that's
second.
the backpack.
This is our second pack.
the backpack.
Yeah.
And then the mid pack's coming through.
Yeah, and that mid pack's
Led
at the top
by
100.
Agarwal.
Yeah. This
Who's
we're
wearing
gonna.
a yellow T-shirt, but he's a Box Hill runner.
Yeah. Now we're all over it. Need to make these little mental notes here for ourselves. Also, Mackenzie's blown it out. We look on the back straight now, and he did a really good job just sitting behind Ranveer, although he nearly followed him off the track once his pacemaking duties were done. But now he's figured it out, and in the terms of figuring it out, he's now started to stretch away, so he's obviously felt pretty good
how's
tucked
that?
behind.
He's like, oh, okay, so you'll just set the pace, but then when you leave, I might just run my own pace, which is faster.
Oh, so I can do this now. I'll
be setting
fund
the pace, thank you very much.
Yeah, and he's not slowing down at all. Has a little look on the inside. It looks like he's got a little bit left in the tank, which I would hope so, because he's got a few laps to go. Like, he's still got 5 laps to go. Coming down to 4. So, 1,600 metres. But 1,600 metres till glory. We'll have to wait and see. So it is Daniel Mackenzie. This pack hasn't moved all that much. It is still Cara Foot leading the women. And ahead of her is Chris Emerson. Behind is Leith. So Daniel McKenzie doing a really good job. Be interesting to see whether anything changes in the pack behind there, whether Foot maybe tries to mount an attack. As I said, they do have 4 laps to go, so there's still plenty of racing left to be run. To see a few of our A-race athletes just making their way through their warm-up as well around. As I said, no smiling, though.
Yeah, just seeing
no smiling.
All we're seeing is a bunch of serious pre-race faces.
Which is interesting, because they're not that serious.
Yeah, for a bunch of relaxed guys who like to joke around, they look pretty serious just before they're about to race.
It's incredible. So Foot now moves around. She puts herself into second place. So she might try and go and get after McKenzie. But there's a little bit of work to do in that. Because McKenzie is looking really smooth. It's still Agarwal leading out that second pack on the back straight. But Daniel McKenzie, also a massive thank you to anybody who's volunteered for this meet tonight, particularly our lap scorers.
Yeah,
they're going to be sitting out here on the track, making sure they're watching all their athletes with great intent.
A bunch of maths teachers, no doubt.
Oh,
or accountants.
God, yeah. You've got to love it. You've got to love numbers if you're going to be doing this. So it is McKenzie, Foot leading out. Chris Emerson, and it's Leith behind them there still. So Leith almost had the sit of the race. But I reckon they're starting to peg back McKenzie a little bit. I reckon Foot's starting to put these two behind her on her back.
You reckon McKenzie a bit excited once Ranveer dropped out? And he said Foot has been looking pretty strong all race. He called it early on. And Leith has had a pretty good sit.
Well, the benefit that these three have is that they're able to work off each other, right? So McKenzie's obviously had to do a lot of this on his own now for probably 2 kilometres. That can take a big psychological toll. Might get a boost if these three can catch him, or he might have done enough to stay ahead. It's going to be interesting as they make their way around with, it's going to be 800 metres to go when they come through the start-finish line. Still plenty can happen over 800, and Cara Foot's going to mount this attack.
When you see the athletes spread across the track like they are, you see just how many laps they are ticking off in 5,000 metres, 12 and a half.
So I'm pretty sure Daniel McKenzie's just asked Nick Wall, who is the stadium commentator, is it 2 laps?
Yeah.
So he's obviously just in his element right now.
Yeah.
And that's when you know you're either 2 things.
Laps to go.
Real
Should
rhythm.
I go faster?
Yeah, or really tired.
Yeah,
and you're going,
what do you
God,
reckon?
How much longer?
Can
I reckon
kick
rhythm.
now, or
yeah.
or is it over yet?
Yeah. Did I break the record? No. 800 metres to go. Well, Daniel McKenzie, after he's got that information, has now added another 10 metres to his lead. So obviously, maybe he does have more
the guy
in the
loves
tank.
information.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, he's well and truly striding out. It's.
I hope he doesn't think this is 200 to go. That's my only. I know he's just asked how many laps there are potentially, but he's running like a man on his last lap.
Put 2 fingers up, 200 metres, 2 laps.
I hope not.
It's Mackenzie's world. Everyone else is just living in it.
Yeah. It really is.
What gets slightly more difficult is going wide and passing everyone as you're running so fast as Mackenzie is. Now, he knows there's still 1 more lap to go. Although, I don't know, is he getting a bit more tired? I don't know.
He's certainly listening in to the commentators, so he wants to know exactly. Let's go, Daniel McKenzie. The crowd's now also on their feet, so they want to bring this man through. He's looking really strong. Like, I know he's starting to pull away and do his thing, but he's looking incredibly strong. And that information has been an absolute boost. Cara Foot now. So it's about 100 metres. Let's call it 100. So Cara Foot going to try and move away from these two. This has been a really good trio.
Leith had the sit, and Leith passes Emerson and moves up onto... he's not even bothering moving up to the heels of Foot.
Just goes
He's
around.
just going right past her.
He just wants to smoke.
So Leith in that second position, but it is Mackenzie charging. Wow, charging towards the finish line.
Oh, charging's almost an understatement. I feel like every time I ride him off, he gets faster.
Yeah.
No, he just seems to just find one more gear.
Reminiscent of Pete Bowl in the...
Yeah, over the 1K. I wonder if this is a 5,000 metre debut.
Does
He's just working it out.
Yeah. Working out the pacing, working out the number of laps. He's increased his pace somewhat.
So he's going to go under the 18 for sure.
Yeah, wow, that's
17,
huge for the first
17:40
race of the evening.
Yeah, 41. Wow.
41. That's not
That's
much around.
racing.
That's just above 3:30 pace. He's not
Well
done
done.
running yet either. 5,030 metres.
We got the big thumbs up as well. So as we see Leith come down now. And he's going to, I think he's just going to be over that 18. Just over the 18. Yep. 18:03. Well done. Great racing.
Leith.
So Foot, Emerson. Oh, that's moving. Let's call it about 18, 15, 12, maybe somewhere around there. Let's get the ticket nation. So let's work out how these guys have all found their way through as well. So whoever's moving wide on the track right now is going to be finishing off. So we'll call them as they come through, because as you can imagine, it's a big, big field. So through now, that is Clinton Anderson. So great running there from Clinton Anderson. The leader of that pack for a while is Agarwal. He makes his way through. Great racing. Our second female through the line. That is Alice Wilkinson. Great racing there from Alice. Our third female across the line as well.
On International Women's Day, if you don't mind.
Oh, great to see so many strong athletes now.
So many international women.
Yep. And that's Button. Madison
Button.
Great racing here. So that's Justin Bradley. And also through, we'll try and get a read.
The number flipped over.
Come on. Come on.
Well,
I think it's Rachel Johnson.
And Melissa Cullen, who just finished up there. Team Marcus Bear.
Bell lap.
Michenzi. Oh, and Rebecca Kirkham, very happy with her run. The athlete from Glen Huntly.
I think all of our athletes are in their final lap now.
So what a dense field. 25 athletes, unreal.
Oh, it's hard to make your way around that field as well, isn't it?
It will be easier for us when everyone is more closely punched.
To tell you the names and the times as they roll through. But we have just ticked over 20 minutes, so there's been everybody pretty close together, to be honest. Like in the grand scheme of 25 people mixed event in one race. It's been pretty tight. So now on our final lap.
What did we say as well? We said between 20 and 23 minutes everyone will be in this first race. We severely underestimated the quality here at
well, hold on,
for the Box Hill Burn.
We didn't say 20 to 23 minutes.
No, we didn't. What are you getting at?
You said 20 to 23 minutes.
Okay.
In my head, I always thought
Michael said 20 to 23 minutes.
17 to 20, 22. That's what I was always thinking in my head. Still going. I'm still there. I'm copping a lot of heat for my athletic ability here from a man who can't grow any more hair. Can't believe that. Did you know, anyone who knows Nick Wall used to shave only the outside of his leg for aerodynamics when he did 400 hurdles. I'm not copping heat from him.
Fun fact.
What a sprint finish down here.
I'm not copping heat from a guy who shaved half his leg.
I'm not doing it. I've done some silly things, People could, if this was a phone, you could call in and seriously put me on the grill. No doubt.
Well, there is, this is being streamed on YouTube and Facebook with a comment section, so...
Please be nice.
Keshmesh.
Keshmesh. Because I know a lot of you who would comment.
All right.
So our final competitor making her way around, and it is, it's Carmen Michael of Ringwood. So Carmen Michael going to round it out, and let's see. This is going to be everybody under the 23. In fact, almost all under 22. It's a low 22 performance. Well done to Carmen Michael. Great racing. So take that back. Our final competitor, yes. There we go. Well done there to Rebecca Tonkin. Great running. Tough conditions out here. This is a hard night for racing. Everyone there just did a sensational job. Much. Well, if last week's anything to go off, much better than I could ever potentially do. So we have 30 in this next one, including Randveer Gurja as the pacemaker again. I believe this is his last duty of pacemaking. I believe. I also believe I could be wrong. So I want that to be known. We're walking past us now. I don't think we'll get him on the microphone because he's looking serious. Co-host of For the Kudos, Joel Tobin White. Who I'm assuming is running the 5,000. And I would assume correctly. So our next event on the track is the mixed A 5000. Just want to give a big special shout out while I can to the boys of the G League. You know who you are. Just let it be known I'm coming for you come playoffs time. So this mixed A 5000 has more variety than my waiver picks this year. And there are 30 competitors. I'm not going to try and make a call on times like Mick did earlier because I have a feeling I would be even further off than what he was. He's a lot smarter than me. So if he was off, what do you think is going to happen to me? But seeing that this is the A, I'm going to say a winner in the 16 minutes is a possibility. A possibility. Could we even see faster? I don't know. So we do have two in-house commentators as well in Nick Wall and Tim Crosby. And they are reading out the field lists. And let it be known, they are doing an incredible job. So obviously, it's not just all people, it's me who can't read names. So you do hope you are enjoying the coverage here tonight at the Box Hill Burn. I'm going to call it the third running, even though I have no factual evidence to support that. I just believe it is the third. You know what? Nick Wall will know. He's got no hair. He's got nothing else to do at night. He'll understand. Let's ask him. Hold on.
was all right. Sorry, we're sorry, mate. It windy. Well, oh, thanks. You're gonna blame me, were you?
Unbelievably, I can hear Nicole on the feedback of this microphone, and he's 15 metres away. I was just going to say his megaphone voice is really just carrying that far. So we're nearly underway here for the A mixed 5,000. I'm glad I brought a jumper, that's for sure. It is starting to get chilly. Michael's gone for a sausage, but I have a feeling he's gone to Doncaster for it. We're in front of the canteen. Oh, no, there he is. He's just lathering it in barbecue sauce. Look at him. Health. So if you are watching from home and you're thinking, holy hell, doesn't this look like fun? Well, guess what? There's another one in a couple of weeks' time. And guess what? The distance is shorter. It's 3,000 metres. So if you're really interested, we were just learning the winner of our race just then, Mackenzie. He's just a tradie who runs. Found out about the race, jumped in. Look at him. He's a winner. He's going to go home, tell everybody. He's got it on Strava. No dramas. Chips and palmers. So if you want to be like Daniel Mackenzie and you want to come down and just enter your name, it's going to be the Box Hill Twilights in a few weeks' time. 3,000 metres, 1,500 metres if you really want to test the wheels. Sign up. Sign your mates up. Could be funny. Sign your footy mates up. Basketball, soccer, whatever it is, netball. We love it all. Get them all down here. Everybody's welcome at Box Hill. Let's get them going for the next race. And if you are watching, we hope we're making this as entertaining for you as possible, because we're having fun. I'm having a great time as well because there's a lot of dogs around, and I have a special connection with dogs. It's like we think the same at all times. If I had a tail, it would wag quite consistently. This is a great chat for the stream. It's what happens when it's just me on the microphone. It's actually so dangerous. Racing. So we're away. The mixed A 5,000. I'm not going to try and read out all these names. The only one I'm going to tell you is that Ranveer Gurjar is pacemaking. That's it. Yep, that's all you get from me. We can't mess up the 27 either, because that's quite an obvious number. Is he going to get there? Yeah, he gets there. He gets there. So Ranveer Gurjar makes his way to the front. Tucked in right behind there. So all the splits are on. There's some serious races here. If you're splitting your watch for the first 200, you're serious. And that's Layla Liakatos. So Layla Liakatos. So we've got 36-second first 200 on mixed phone. So we're going for 15 here. Yeah. So it is Liakatos leading it out. Little bit of a gap here, so she's going to be the one to follow Ranveer. Maybe watch the last race and watch how perfectly Ranveer set that up and went, you know what? I want to be a part of that. I'm going to get on the back of Ranveer. It's my time now. As our men's A 5,000 has also nearly finished their warm-up. Still no smiles. Haven't seen it. Oh, here's one from the nicest man in athletics, Andy Buchanan.
One person's happy to be here racing the elite.
Well,
men's A 5,000 metres.
Of course. The nicest man.
Third place at the bridge run on the weekend in Hobart. Bridge, should I say?
Fourth, Jimmy Hansen came through for a 38-second PB for third.
That's why like we bounced off each other.
Yeah. Actually, don't even ask me why I know that.
I know he did a vague run well.
Yeah, that's all you get from him though. It's always, it's like when you send a text to your parents after something. You're like, yep, it went well. That's it. Did not fail exam. Good for me. So you see them all make their way through. So this is very stretched out. Saskia Lloyd in the pack there. in this mixed 5,000. So heavily dominated with a male contingent, but leading it all out. Right behind Ranveer Gurja. Still, as they get up to 800 metres.
Please read out what I'm showing you right now.
Okay. Well, he wasn't. Yeah. I could have sworn he was. Go.
Okay, so we're finding out that Brett won the race, obviously. Unreal run. And Andy Buchanan came second.
He was
Joel
second.
White third, and fourth, James Hansen. Still a great run by James
Yeah,
Hansen.
great. He still ran a
But the
38-second
point is,
PB. Yeah.
Andy, nicest guy in athletics, who just gave us a smile on the way through, he came second.
He did. He was second. I'm gonna admit that I was
we
wrong.
don't want to play down that unreal run going into tonight.
We don't. And also, on the back of that 10,000, Steve Deneen got James Hansen over here. He should be in this 5,000 metres tonight, the man from Tasmania. So it's just loading up even more.
He absolutely has. Jack Bruce as well, down from Queensland, if you don't mind. Adrian Potter over from South Australia. It is a comment was just made that could this kind of be a substitute 5,000 metre national final? Almost is with some of the names in it. Unreal. And that's going to be at 7:31. In 10 minutes' time, we're going to see the men's A 5,000 metres. But turn our eyes back to the action on the track as Ranveer Gurja leads out the mixed A race.
So Leah Kardos has not been more than about 25 centimetres off the heels of Ranveer Gurja. She has not given him a moment's room, a moment's rest.
Nice windbreak as well. A bit of a height difference there. So
yeah, just a little bit.
Three laps into this 12.5 lap journey.
Well, Ranveer might be quite possibly the tallest man at the athletics track as well. So you could not pick a better person to be the pacemaker. As Leah Kardos. Well, she might even, I like this. She's going to put the heat on Ranveer and go, come on, mate, you signed up to pace me. Get ahead.
You're not going to set a pace, I'll set my own pace.
Yep. She wants the smoke. So Leah Kardos, you know the hard part, we've heard a few athletes walk past and say that the wind has been the hardest part. So Leah Kardos wants all of the wind. She doesn't want to sit behind Ranveer Gurja now. She just says, all right, let's let it go.
Yeah, and it is windy here at Box Hill Athletics Track as well. Like, just give people a bit of context watching from home as we prep for an evening of racing, or the evening of racing that has been. We can sort of see subtle flutters in the shade sails, the trees just moving side to side. And, I mean, Pete Bowl sort of said in his interview after his 1,000 metres, a bit blowy out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And we're not talking 50 kilometre an hour gusts, but
in the most Australian way to describe it, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit blowy, mate.
A bit blowy out there.
A bit blowy.
Yeah, it'll be windy.
Is it ideal conditions? Yeah. No. Yeah. Is it that bad? It's not that bad.
Oh, you can survive. You can live.
Yeah, that's kind of pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Representation of how it is out there for everyone.
Yeah, you'll make it through. Will you have fun? Hopefully.
Define fun.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Has anyone been having fun before their races?
For you? Yeah.
No.
What's fun for you? I think we could see some fast times still. It really depends on how long the pacemakers last, I feel like. That's the big thing. It seems like they've been going a fair way, so they should be all right. So she's ticking it up. Leah Kardos is winding it up. And it's almost like Ranveer Gurja just has to go with her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
he's like, I have to.
He's got a duty. It's
I
like,
have been paid a lot of money to stay in front of you. Don't test me.
This beautiful green singlet. I can't let this honour down. But Leah Kardos says, sorry, I'm going to take it out of your hands. How about them apples? As it's Daniel Reese just moving up nicely there. And this pack behind is really, really nice. Actually, the whole field is strung out.
I'm liking the, it's a pack, but it's, the one by one. No one person in this race is more than a couple of steps away from the person in front of them.
No.
But I'm seeing a couple of gaps now that I've said that. But
yeah, but that seems to happen to us.
Yeah.
Whenever we say something, the opposite occurs.
And then everyone listening forgives us.
Look, Ranveer's taking it back. He's on the outside. How does the pacemaker get on the outside? Anyway, doesn't matter because Leah Kardos now gets the rail, so that's the exciting part. So tucked in nicely now as well and made up a little bit of room. You were saying there's not a lot of room. Reese has made it up. So he's going to get right behind Leo Cardos, and he might be able to help out whenever it is that Ranveer steps off this track.
And that is 5 laps in. So 2Ks out of this 5-kilometre event. 5 out of 12.5 laps completed. So, you know, relatively speaking, we are still in the early stages. As you can see, the athletes peppered one by one across the track. They're not too strung out yet, which is how you want to be racing these 5Ks. 12.5 laps does get lonely if you are solely by yourself. Daniel Rees is, well, he's taken it right up to Lee Cardos.
Well, also bringing back a little bit of room is it's from Athletics
Our
Essendon.
athlete from, Melbourne Uni.
Yep. Is it Jacobson? And then
Looks like it is Jacobson.
Oh, I'm going to have to get the number because it might be an invitational. Could be Julianne Undrill, or I'm going to have to get it. I thought I saw a 20-something on the hip, but either way, this pack's now being brought back. So it was spread out just a little bit at least, and now it's just started to be, I don't know, closed in, I guess, just a touch. So this 5. There's 5 now, and I reckon the next 2 behind there could make a little bit of movement over the next K, which is exciting.
Yeah, Ranveer, do you think he's had enough of having his heels clipped?
Oh.
Just like, I'm doing a job here.
Yeah.
Sitting behind me.
Do you turn around at some point and go,
yeah,
I'm doing you guys a favour.
I'm doing my job. You do your job.
I'm here for you.
Yeah, but he does start to step out into lane 2 or 3, is that?
Or is he
now?
Was he just looking for room? No, he's going to step off.
No, he's stepping off now. After
Yeah.
2.6 kilometres, he's done his job. Well done, Ranveer. Another
Well
pacing
done,
job.
Ranveer.
Well done. It's Leo Cardos and Rees. Then we have Wes Hay from Melbourne University in that 3rd position there.
So it's Carla Treweek, the second woman there. Rees goes to the front. So I like this for Leo Cardos.
Yeah, that's true. It's a bit over halfway in this event, and Rees has been sitting comfortably behind Leo Cardos and our pacemaker in Gurja, but he's taking it on now. But Leo Cardos, you said you're liking it for her, and she's just sitting on the heels of Rees, and once again, she's been using Gurja, our pacer, as a bit of a windbreak. She'll just use Rees as that windbreak for now as well.
Oh, absolutely she should be. This is where she's just really just try and relax. I know this is probably one of the more painful sections of the 5,000, but the fact that you've had the benefit of sitting behind now nearly for the entirety of the race, although pushing Ranveer Gurja a little bit, which I quite enjoyed, she now has the sit of the race. She just has to stay attached to Rees. She won't have to face this wind, and she might be able to come through for a really fast time. So these two will work really well. Yeah.
And coming up to 3 kilometres down, 2 kilometres to go.
I say that. Gets right on the shoulder again. So this is a consistent theme going on here. I wonder what the psychological game is for Leo Cardos. Is it just, I need to keep pressing because that way I'm still in the race, or it's just, let's get moving? I like it, whatever it is. It's a competitive spirit.
To give a bit of context here, our previous race was won in around that 17.5 minutes. These athletes here are heading for about a 17.15, 17.20 mark. It just shows the first Mackenzie in the last race how quick he actually ran, and probably surprised himself a lot with the seed time that he as we said, could have very well been his first track race.
I'm about to say, I don't think he put in his seed
it might not have been. So it might have been a see how we're going, and next time he'll definitely be in the in a higher seeded race.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Just if you did watch that, let it be known that he's a tradie who hobby jogs, found out about the race and just signed up. And now he's won the B5000.
Yeah.
So if you do feel like racing over a shorter distance, 3,000, 1,500 comes up in a few weeks' time, throw your name out there, and you never know what could happen.
Sign up for the Classic.
So Rees leading out Leo Cardos, as Nick Wall beautifully put, has had the benefit of the sit the entirety of this race, Leo Cardos. So you start to see a little bit of movement maybe behind these front two. So we might see our Melbourne University athlete just get on the back of them, potentially.
Yeah,
Potentially.
Wes Hay, the Melbourne Uni boy.
So four laps.
to go. And in the all-black uniform, we have Charles Jacobson.
Trey Week here.
Followed by Carla Treyweek.
Next up, we've got Jakeb Byrne. So Byrne moving through nicely.
And Alejandro Lara Aldine. But yeah, Leah Cardos textbook,
Yeah, just on
isn't it?
yeah.
Yes. Stride for stride.
Over the top.
Okay, so what do we have?
This is where we see it.
1,400 metres to go.
What a gutsy run. This is a sick effort from Leah Cardos. So
Yeah.
I reckon she's going to try and stretch it here.
And I reckon she will. She'll gap Rees.
I agree. Rees has got to try really hard here now to just stay on the back of Leah Cardos. She's run this race beautifully. And Rees, maybe he's going to answer the call. He might rise to the challenge here to stay on the back of Leah Cardos. So these two are going to have an absolute showdown with 1,200, call it 1,280 metres to go. But Leah Cardos, so impressive the way that she's running this 5,000.
Yeah, it really is. From the start, she clearly had a plan and has clearly executed it.
So keeps getting the splits as well. So she's going to have very good data for the end of this 5,000 metres. So Leah Cardos leading out Rees. Back to Hay. And so too is Jacobson. Trey Week here. Picked up a little bit of ground this lap is Jakeb Byrne. But it is Leah Cardos leading out Rees. Hay maybe creeping up there. Or that sort of spacing between Rees and Hay just fluctuates 5 metres every lap. He brings it back, it gets blown back out.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm nervous for Rees. I don't know why.
Leah Cardos looks very strong.
Yeah.
There's a K to go, 13:50 on the clock. Thanks to Nick Hall.
2.5 laps to go. Is Rees now in the power position? Is he just sitting nicely, getting a bit of a windbreak maybe, but it's always just easier mentally when you're running behind somebody and letting someone else do the work, so to speak.
Yeah, just that mental refresh. You know, you don't have to worry about what's going on behind you or finding your pace or anything like that. You can just, I don't know, almost zone out a little bit, I guess, if you can move at a pace that's comfortable enough. But, here we go. So he goes around Leah Cardos now. This is a familiar battle. This has been what's going on for 5,000 metres. Or I should say 4,200 metres. With 800 metres to go, Leah Cardos finds herself on the back of another competitor.
I still don't mind Wes Hay in third position and how he's just tracking. He's maintained the pace behind both of them, but
he's on that 5 metre gain
it's
now.
Interesting. It's interesting.
Well, hey, look. Ooh,
I reckon he was further. I reckon he's gaining.
I reckon he's picked up 10 metres. He looks pretty comfortable. This is going to be a throwdown over the final 600.
Could you imagine if Hay comes over the top of him?
Oh, my God. That would be, we talk about perfectly timed races. That would be the definition of a perfectly executed race. Leah Cardos back to the front. Loves that spot to move as well, the 200-metre mark.
600 to go. Leah Cardos.
Oh, look at Hay.
Rees and Hay joining the train. Welcome. Choo, choo, choo.
Wow.
1, 2, 3 carriages on the train right now. And Hay, our man.
Leah Cardos has found another gear, though. She's going to try and break these boys as quickly as she possibly can or as early as she can without sacrificing herself.
She's been doing plenty of the work, Leah Cardos, but she's been running so smart as well.
Here we go.
It would be great to see Leah Cardos get it done, but then again, Hay just running his race unsuspectingly, slowly increasing the pace in these closing laps. Rees, Hay, Leah Cardos, 1, 2, 3, 300 metres to go.
I'm right on the Leah Cardos bandwagon right now. I thought she might have just dropped off there a little bit with 400 metres to go, but look at her. She's grit and grind. She's the Memphis Grizzlies of 2008, and she's right on the back with 300 metres to go. So Rees Hay was about 25 metres back, 800 metres to go. He's now found himself right in this position. Rees maybe going to stretch him out a little bit. Hay goes with. Oh, so too does.
I love it.
Cardos.
They'll run low 17 minutes here.
16:37. So definitely low 17 on the cards. These three still all together, Mick.
I cannot believe. Surely someone's going to do something and get the others by 5, 10 metres. Leah Cardos just been broken. Just Gap at 5 to 10 metres. Rees extending. Hay is looking good. Coming up on the shoulder of Rees.
Well, Rees tried to push him out to lane 4, but Hay said, you can't be doing that to me, mate. I've got a university degree from Melbourne. And he makes his way down the home track. So we said this would be the perfectly executed race. And it's 17-12. It's certainly that.
Replay that video,
Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, from about
Leocardos.
3 or 4 minutes to go in the race.
17-18 for
Watch how
Leocardos.
Hay just moves up. Very, very well-timed race for Leocardos as well.
Wow.
Just didn't have it in the tank. Finishing-wise, very, very strong runs all round, and Rees.
That is unbelievably impressive from Leocardos there. Trey Week comes through, under 18. So we're at 17.50 here. So all these athletes are currently rocketing under. There's a lot of sprinting to get under the 18. 17.56, 57, 58, 59, 18. Oh, this might just be our cutoff here in Dino Imbranio.
Lots of happy, smiling faces running quick here at the Box Hill Burn.
Saskia Lloyd
Everyone's
comes
burning
through.
up the track.
Hey, that wind is dying.
That
the
wind
attitude's
is
lifting.
dying. The sails are flickering less. The trees are more still than it was when we were discussing this half hour ago.
That was just unbelievably impressive. From Hay, first of all, perfectly executed. But Leocardos, that was just, you want to watch grit and determination, rewatch that. You see two things. You see grit and determination, and you see perfectly executed race.
What, in the dictionary?
Yep, that's it. You see those two parts of the race. See those two separate competitors racing.
So great running from all our gentlemen and ladies there.
Tough to follow that, mate.
So great work from all of them. As our last athlete comes through now. He's on the pace there. He just dropped off slightly in these windy conditions tonight. And next up on the track will be our Enzo. Austin's coming through to finish here. So does the 19 man last year. So great running. Finisher there. And he's A race.
I'm dead. No, good. Well, a little on that. Yeah, I was trying to at one point sort of catch him. Put on into the now, just go.
Might as well.
So something a little bit different here for Mick and I. We have no feedback, obviously. We're about to go roaming, not of the Brian variety, but of the Box Hill variety. We're going to roam our way out onto the track and get a little bit of a different glimpse of this men's A5000. And Mick, it is stacked.
Yeah, there's some names. There's There's 13 names altogether. One of those names is a pacer, and what a pacer in Brett Robinson.
Yeah, not bad at all.
So here's our pacemaker, the winner of the Run the Bridge at Hobart on the weekend.
Which we fact-checked.
And of course we have second place, Run the Bridge. Who was it?
That was Andy Buchanan.
Andy Buchanan. Third place, Joel Tobin White. Fourth place, James Hansen. They're all in this race tonight.
And Liam Adams as well, don't forget. Riley Cox was there too.
Sam McEntee, who won the Adelaide Classic a week or two ago,
yep.
5,000. So
Joel
he's
Tobin
there.
White second in that as well.
Yeah, Liam Adams.
Yep.
You never know what Liam's going to do.
I've heard a little birdie tell me that Liam might also be doing some pacemaking tonight instead of racing.
Okay,
that might just be, hot off the presses.
Well, we'll see what that little birdie. If that little birdie is Steve Deneen, then you might. Then
it may in fact be Steve Deneen.
Jack Bruce has made his way down from Queensland. Andre Waring is running on his home track. Have we missed anyone? I think we missed Stewie McSwain.
Yeah,
I think he's the only person that we didn't mention.
He's all right. He's an up and comer. He's making his way up the ranks, is Stewie McSwain.
Yeah. So
but it's going to be an absolute cracker. I would say the 5,000 metre record isn't going to be under threat tonight, but never say never.
Yeah. I'm not
but
sure.
But low 13s, well within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, there'll be guys looking to run quick, looking to run World Championships qualifiers.
And Com Games as well.
And Com Games qualifiers, of course.
So they are on the line now. Just feels weird walking around. It feels weird, but I'm going to get used to it. So this may be, well, last year's 5,000 metre field was pretty elite. Right? Might be the best 5,000 metre field assembled on Box Hill. I would say it's probably second best. Given we saw Stewie run 13:04 last year, this is it's certainly going to be hot. It's going to be fast. We'll try and get a read on the time as we make our way through as well. This is going to be a cracker. We got Mick doing research here. Here he is.
So 13:13 is that time for the World Champs qualifying standard. And yeah, I mean, that could be under threat. If there's a pacemaker, he's got to pace something.
I was going to say, certainly with Brett Robinson as the pacemaker as well, the winner of that 10K that we're talking about, this is going to be a cracker. So we're underway here in the men's 5,000 metre A race for the Box Hill Burn, the second running of the Box Hill Burn, but the third running of this meet in general. And we now have a clock in front of us as well, so we got no excuses as we see the boys make their way out there. So Brett Robinson, I think he's been told to specifically pace Stewie, who you see in this yellow singlet.
And how good's this, seeing Stewie running in that yellow singlet? We haven't seen this at Box Hill before.
No.
I love that singlet.
It's a great singlet and the green shorts to go with it.
He's showing everyone that he's run for Australia before.
32 seconds through the first 200 metres, so the pace is on 64-second laps. I'll let our resident mathematician figure that one out because that's well above my pay grade. And you know what's good? We can walk around the whole track here, Mick. This is the exciting part.
We can.
Let's see if we can get this strung out. So the pacemaker out in front, I don't know. This is the only competitor I don't know, but I believe he's going to try and pacemake through at least 1K. It's then Brett Robinson pacing, Stewie McSwain, Sam McEntee, Joel Tobin White, Jack Bruce, Zach Patterson, a name we didn't mention before the race. Liam Adams makes his way through, James Hansen. Now we see Andy Buchanan, Riley Cox, and Andre Waring at the back. Just to name a few class athletes.
Yeah, so 64 seconds, mathematician, and a bit of calculator work. That's 13:20 pace.
Oh, boy.
So, as I said, 13:13. I mean, that was after only 200 metres that we sort of took that calculation. But, yeah, low 13s. Why not?
Well, they look very, very smooth at the moment. So this is looking very effortless for our men up in front. As you said, 13:20. It's outside that World Champs qualifier, but this race will probably only ramp up from there. They've got to start him a little bit reserved. This is Stewie McSwain's first night on the track for his season. So it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for him to get into his stride. And after assessing the first, let's call it 700 metres, it doesn't seem to have taken too long at all. So he sits nicely behind Brett Robinson there. Sam McEntee, really comfortable as well. Joel Tobin White, a good little smoky here. Yeah. And the return season is Zach Patterson. Doesn't he look good in the middle?
Yeah, Tobin White has had a few, good results lately with the bridge run and in Hobart, and the South Australian or the Adelaide Classic a couple of weeks ago. He's for someone who sort of a bit hit and miss with his racing. He's had 3 good ones in a row. So Tobin White, he's put himself into the mix, and so he should.
Well, he's riding a wave of confidence at the moment. It's Adrian Potter leading us out here as our other pacemaker. So Potter leading it out. And you do make a good point. Joel Tobin White's probably been known for unfortunately being injured a little bit and everything in between. Okay, so Potter at second, well, I don't want to say second last, it sounds harsh, but he's second at the back of this pack here, just in front of Andre Waring.
Call it. We're all adults here. It is what it is.
He's sitting second last at the back right now. Yeah.
Men's A 5,000.
A little bit of a gap here maybe in the middle. Zach Patterson going to get right on the back of it, be the beneficiary of it.
So it is the pacemakers. It could be Will Garbellotto in front, leading up Brett Robinson. Then we have the Aussie-like kit of Stewie McSwain. He is sitting right in behind the pace. He will be charging. He'll be a reliable man to run that low 13-minute pace, or around that World Championships qual of 13:13. We have Sam McEntee, Joel Tobin White, Jack Bruce, and Zach Patterson, who are making up that front pack. Liam Adams is leading that second pack.
Well, 2:43 I heard there through the first kilometre, if that was about right. So you're well and truly well within the possibility of getting that time. I might be wrong. The little birdie might be telling me lies there with the Liam Adams. I'm not sure, because he does look like he's certainly in the middle of that pack having a crack. And it's this pack out in front looks smooth. I reckon Zach Patterson, he's just a winner. I would call him the definition of a competitor. If he puts himself within a sniff of it, he's going to drag himself through for a really quick time. But at the moment, it is Griffiths. In fact, that's our pacemaker. So it's Griffiths leading
we shouldn't
it
have tried so hard to see who his pacemaker
It's
was.
Griffiths leading it out. Brett Robinson,
and Will Garbellotto will be.
Yeah, Garbellotto's at home going, did I have a job to do today? But he steps off now, so it's all Brett Robinson. Brett Robinson leading out Stewie. Sam McEntee behind. Joel Tobin White, Bruce, Patterson. 10 metres back, Liam Adams leading out Hanson. So too now going to be Buchanan. Potter on the back of it. Riley Cox starting to fall off, and Andre Waring sandwiched in the middle from there. So another little separation here at the front of the pack. Sam McEntee just says, hey, Stewie, we've been mates for a long time. We've been competitors. But maybe it's my time to wind back the clock to 2016. And this is an Olympian here. He's won a national title to go to the Olympics. He knows what to do, Sam McEntee.
And this looks so familiar. I actually can't put my finger on the race when this has happened before. But I'm sure Sam McEntee has been in this position where he's been chasing Stewie down, going on his heels, going with him. And it was only the last little bit that he fell off. I'm sure it was Smack and Stewie. Could have been national championships.
I think it was a national title maybe the year after, I think is the one you're hunting for there. But Sam McEntee's always put himself in a position to win, and he's doing it again here at the second Box Hill Burn. So Stewie McSwain leading out Sam McEntee, Brett Robinson doing a really good job. Joel Tobin White almost just been given the unofficial pacing duties. And look at Liam Adams bring this pack back towards Zach Patterson.
The 3 carriages are about to come too, as the front train is going to be the lonely 2 people once Brett drops off at some point. But the rest of the runners in this field are going to they will get together at some point. So we have Liam Adams leading out, James Hansen, Andy Buchanan, Andre Waring, and Adrian Potter, and getting very, very close to the back of Zach Patterson's heels.
Will you wonder if you're Joel Tobin White and Zach Patterson and also Bruce behind, whether you just go, we've lost the contact here, hard to keep this momentum moving in the wind. Someone like Liam Adams coming up behind them, that might just give them that push that they really need. The man who desperately needs to fight is Sam McEntee, as we now see this pack behind officially connect. So there's 2 packs now split up. Riley Cox just fallen off the back of that second pack. But right now it's Brett Robinson leading out Stewie and Smack.
Yeah, it's 2,400 metres in. So Brett Robinson leading the way, doing a great pacing job. Stewie, I love that singlet, and he's matched it with the green shorts. There's no coincidence. He said he loves the yellow singlet because it represents Australia, and he's showing everyone that he has run for Australia and is one of our best.
Well, we've seen it at Monaco, we've seen it in America, we've seen it spread all across Europe, and now we see it down at Box Hill. So Stewie McSween gets those famous long strides of his in motion. Sam McEntee doesn't want to give him an inch, because if you do, he'll take a mile. Liam Adams now just gets to the front of this pack. It's going to be Bruce Tobin White. Here comes a little bit of Andy Buchanan action. So too Zach Patterson. Jimmy Hansen looks good. Potter, the man we haven't spoken about much, just on the back, and Andre Waring losing a little bit of touch. So a little head swivel there from Sam McEntee. Maybe looks around to see what's going on around me. We'll get this 3K split as they make their way through.
We will.
Sam McEntee needs to hold on here.
We will. We'll get the splits for you pretty soon, give you a good gauge of where everybody is at. Liam Adams ain't pacing. He is racing, he is charging, and he is leading out that second pack. For a bit of context for everyone at home, there is a bit of breeze as the athletes run down the front straight. There's a bit of a headwind as they run down the front straight. It's not completely still here. So Sam McEntee right on the heels of Stewie McSwain right now, the tall figure in his mate in Stewie. Probably a pretty good position for Smack to be in right now, as there is that breeze that they are going into right now.
Oh, it certainly makes it hard for tall competitors as well. So as we look at the clock, they're going to be just over. Let's call it 8:01. So Brett Robertson steps off. He says, boys, I've done my job. And now it's the two tall timbers who are going to try and make their way through. So look at this. Liam Adams, I think he might be pacemaking. He's just sacrificed the pace, though, to get the boys back. So Adams off. Jack Bruce now. Look at Buchanan behind him. Tobin White grits the teeth now. Patterson too. Jimmy Hansen, Potter. But at the front of the field, Stewie McSween, he says, I know we're friends and training partners, but I'm going to make this one hurt as much as possible.
So 8 minutes through 3K. That is 2:40 pace. Add another 2Ks to that at 2:40, and we have 13:20. So 13:13 is the World Championships qualifying time, and they'll need to wind it up to get under that standard. Stu will do it at some point, no doubt. Will Smack, this could be his opportunity tonight.
Well, I really feel like Stu's already put his foot on the accelerator. This pace seems to have lifted a little bit. We'll get a very good indication of that as they make their way through this next lap. So it's Stewie McSween. Let's look at the clock. 9:01, 9:02. Nice. So he's rolling 63s, you'd say. He's picked it up slightly.
Smack has dropped
he needs
slightly.
to stay, though, doesn't he, Smack?
A second over-under. And leading the rest of the pack out is Jack Bruce, followed by Andy Buchanan. He's in a bit of form. Zach Patterson, James Hansen, Joel Tobin White and Adrian Potter are the athletes to follow. Andre Waring and Riley Cox back up the field, but it is Stewie McSwain just looking over his left shoulder inside of the track. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not a big inside of the track operator, but when you're Stewie McSwain, you have the keys to the city. You can do whatever the hell you want. So Stewie McSwain takes a little look around, sees where his compatriot is. If I know Stewie, which I do, he'd probably be wanting Smack to be right on his heels to try and drag him through as close to that world champ's time as he can. He's a bit of a selfless operator in that way. So Stewie McSwain, he's extended it out to about 20 metres now, and I know I say this quite a fair bit, and I'm going to say it one more time. This is poetry in motion, watching Stuart McSwain at the Box Hill Athletics track. Sam McEntee 20 metres back, and at further back on the track, it's Bruce now who's broken up the rest of this. Andy Buchanan on the pursuit, but Stewie McSwain looking really good, just dropping off that pace a little bit more now though, Mick.
Yeah, with 3 laps to go, this race is well and truly blown open, and you can just look at the hair of the athletes running through. You can see the breeze blowing through it. You can see it isn't the perfect conditions tonight at Box Hill. They're still running quick, but they are battling a little bit of a headwind down that front straight. But Stewie, he's gapped, there's about a 50 metre gap on Sam McEntee. He's actually still holding pretty solid, Sam. Stewie has increased the pace slightly, but Sam is probably still hovering around that 13:20 pace.
I reckon Sam almost looks a little bit better than Stewie right now. Oh, here we go.
And Stewie has
Stewie unfortunately slowed right up.
1K to go, 4K
and he will, cruise now or step off the track. We're not really sure. He's still jogging, and that's Stewie done. So that may be an injury or an illness. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. But Stewie McSwain has stepped off the track.
So it is a Sam McEntee show for the last 800, 900 metres here at Box Hill Burn.
Well, you got to get right around Sam McEntee now as he looks strong. Needs to work hard in this win. He looks really good though, Sam McEntee. Look at the clock, 800 metres to go. He's going to roll just over 11:20 odd, so still in the realm of possibility of running that probably 13:30 mark, but he would have to do something really special to get down below that 13:20.
Yeah, Jack Bruce running a very solid run in second. Andy Buchanan, as we said, he's in form. James Hansen just behind Andy, followed by Zach Patterson, Adrian Potter, Joel Tobin White. And then back a bit further in the field, we have Riley Cox and Andre Waring. Sam McEntee, about 700 metres to go. He's going to have the win, but what time will he run, Mitch?
Well, I don't know. I reckon he's going to go around that 13:30 odd. It's really hard for him now being on his own. He's got about 60 metres back to Jack Bruce, so 2 is on his own, but has the benefit of being able to watch Sam McEntee in front of him, learn off the rhythm, learn off that cadence that he's going at, and gets the benefit of that. So Jimmy Hansen and Buchanan as well, looking really strong behind there, particularly Jimmy
strong.
Hansen. They might launch an attack there on Bruce, but with 500 metres to go, it's all Sam McEntee, and now it's just smack versus the clock. So let's see how fast he can go. I'm calling about 13. Let's give him the 13:30s. He looks really smooth right now. He's got 400 metres to get after it. And let's watch this clock. It's going to tick at about 12:30 on the nose. Yeah. Let's all get behind Sam McEntee here.
As the crowd in the front straight absolutely is. They're all on their feet. The back straight, everyone's on their feet, cheering the boys home. As there's a bit of a battle for 3rd and 4th position as James Hansen just goes on the shoulder and takes over Andy Buchanan. But it is Sam McEntee, 300 metres to go. Massive gap to Jack Bruce, who is running a very, very strong race in second, all by himself for much of the race, or leading out that second pack once Liam Adams dropped out after about a few Ks. But 250 metres to go, 200 metres to go. Sam McEntee, he will run very close to that 13:30 that you predicted, Mitch.
Yeah, well, he was on 13:05 there, so I reckon he's going to be 13:30 mid, maybe even high, but he's often a name that's disregarded a little bit in Australian distance running. He is an Olympian. He's a national champion. He's been to the NCAA. He's done it all, and Sam McEntee's going to have to work really hard down this final 100 metres to get himself a really fast time. So a great performance here by Sam McEntee. He's had to do it solo for a while, Mick, but he looks good coming down this straight.
And that's a couple of quality wins in a row for Sam McEntee. Don't worry about the time too much. It is going to be 13:35, 13:36 as he crosses that finish line. But a win in Adelaide, a win at the Box Hill Burn against a quality field. Jack Bruce coming in for a solid second. James Hansen closing strong. And Andy Buchanan, followed by Adrian Potter.
Yeah, Adrian Potter's flown home. Really good running by Jack Bruce there. Jimmy Hansen under the 13:50. Andy Buchanan, Potter. Here comes Zach Patterson, did a really good job. Here's Joel Tobin White now. Grits the teeth. Tough competitor, Joel. So well done to him to make it through. It's a really, really tough night for distance running, and all these men have done a phenomenal job. Here comes Riley Cox now, the pride of South Australia. He'll make his way down. And Andre Waring, always a tough competitor. He'll finish it out here in the men's A, 5,000 metres at the Box Hill Burn, won by Sam McEntee. But there is a little cloud over Stuart McSween, and a lot of people will want to know what's up. It might take a little bit of time to get the answer to that. But a great race here in the men's A, 5,000 metres.
So yeah, interesting with Stewie there. See what happens. I mean, so early in the season. Like, let's hope it's nothing serious on the injury front. And if it was, like, clearly had the sense to pull up, realise this race wasn't going to be anything, major or too special for him, and don't risk making anything worse. It could have been anything though. We're sort of just going, well, he pulled out. It's It could be a niggle or an injury.
Well,
like we don't know anything.
If it's Stewie, it's got to be something. I mean, he's a tough competitor. He always likes to finish races, so I really hope it's nothing too major. He was going past Nick and Tim, his coaches over there, as he pulled out. So maybe there was a little word and just to mention, hey, let's not do anything that's going to cause any further damage to a year that you're only just opening up now. So he's been training well, Stu. He's been pretty fit and healthy. So hopefully it's nothing too major, but let's not discredit the work of Sam McEntee there as well. As you mentioned, he's had some good wins this year. He chalks up another one here at the Box Hill Burn. He'd be going into this season with a lot of confidence. Yeah,
after a couple of years of sort of interrupted running, it's good to see him racing with confidence again and, collecting a couple of wins. Just on a side note, and it's very, very hard to compare these things, but look at Jack Rayner's run in California yesterday. So he apparently went through his first, pretty much ran average of 13:48, 13:47.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Just crazy. Well, when you look at that, that's coming. He's second or third in this race,
and then he's done it again.
Yeah, insane, just insane. Australian distance running, both men and women are in very, very good hands at the moment. Yeah. And look at this class field we've got on the track right now for our women's A 5,000 metres. We've got Ros Davies also competing against Nat Rule.
Yep, a couple of that was first and third at the Hobart Run the Bridge. Pearson third, and Nat Rule. When you look at the names of the people who ran in Hobart in the women's race, I don't think many people would have said, "Oh, Nat Rule."
No.
Nat Rule's third there. So unreal race, solid time from her as well.
Well, a little bit similar to Sam McEntee, isn't it? Just unfortunately struck down by a few injuries, a few little things have happened that made it a little bit inconsistent for her, but she stuck it out and she put up a great performance. I'd be surprised if she doesn't follow that sort of strength here tonight. Also, another one to look out for is Caitlin Adams, who's come down from South Australia.
Australian.
She's been running really, really well this summer season.
Yeah, Caitlin Adams, over the last couple of years, as Izzy Bat-Doyle has sort of done what she's been doing. Caitlin Adams has been right there and had some good battles on the South Australian national scene.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah, so she'll definitely be one to watch.
Well, I want another big shout out to Steve Dunedin, who's put these fields together. These are some of the best fields that you do see in distance running in Australia across the year. So he's delivered once more and put together an absolutely cracking meet on what can only be described as a less than ideal night. To put in perspective, everyone in that men's 5,000 was seeded under 14 minutes, and there's about 5 blokes in the B that are also seeded under that 14-minute mark. So it's pretty loaded, and these women as well will be in that 15-minute range. So it is, it's absolutely insane what he's put together.
Yeah. If you want to think about depth, if you've still got that level of understanding of athletics and these type of meets, I was talking to Mitch earlier about a friend who he assumed he'd be in the B race. He's a 15:10 5,000 metre runner. C race. So he doesn't even make the beat. You're running 3 minutes and 2 seconds per kilometre for 5 kilometres, 15 minutes and 10 seconds, and he doesn't make the top 37 men here at Box Hill Athletics Track.
Insane.
Because there will be a 25-man B race.
Just crazy the depth that we've got going at the moment. But our women's A, ready to race.
And should I say, if you're jealous about this, don't be. Register for the Box Hill. We're doing Steve's marketing work for him.
You're welcome, Steve. I'll take my cash.
There's a 3,000 metre Box Hill Classic coming up in a couple of weeks.
The event, please, Steve.
And the fields will just be as hot. The depth will be as deep.
Oh, they'll be insane. It'll be so good. So our women's A 5,000 still waiting to go. We've got Tim now calling them out, so they can't be too far away. But we'll have to look at what that world champ qualifier is here for our women, because I reckon we'll go pretty close. I mean, we've got two, obviously Rose Davies, Olympian for this event. Oh no, was she Olympian for 10,000? Or 5,000? Okay, yeah, this is her event. So Ros Davies is in her pet event here. She's had some classic battles with Izzy Bat-Doyle. Caitlin Adams wasn't too far away from that mark last year, which we mentioned. Izzy Bat-Doyle's been doing her thing. A phenomenal athlete out of South Australia, partner of Riley Clocks, a run as one, I should say, business. They've started doing great things in South Australia, but she is not going to be too far away, and Nat Rule's the interesting case to see where she ends up after that great 10K. So it's going to be a cracker.
So it is a 15:10 qualifier for the women for the Eugene World Athletics Championships, or should I say World Athletics Championships in Eugene.
Yeah.
It's not
Sponsored by
Eugene.
Once again,
Americans think they're the centre of the world.
Sponsored by Eugene.
World Series of Athletics in America. So 15:10.
Pace is on.
That's
very early.
Pace of 71, 72s. Going for 3:02 per K is that 15:10.
So how's this? Georgia Griffith takes a tumble in that 1,000, comes back out and paces our women's 5,000. So that's just fantastic from Georgia, as we see Ros Davies get right behind her there. So too Nat Rule, Caitlin Adams in that pack, and we'll get a read on the rest of these. Stella Radford not far away. Neither too is Wilson. Condangonis towards the back of that one. But they're nicely strung out, so 36. So that's 15-minute pace.
Callie Thackerty as well from...
had a good summer.
Yeah, she
had a very good summer. So this will shape up. This front pack will, I think they'll move away over the first 2 kilometres, and it'll become a bit of a smaller contingent towards the front of the field. But if you're watching, you want a good barometer of potentially, I'm not saying it will, but potentially where it might slip. Our woman in the blue singlet in about 5th place there is Caitlin Adams, who we've been talking about. So she may be the one to sort of be on that break. But right now, it looks really comfortable as they're stretched out. And that is about, 73. So they're on for, what's that, 15:08 pace?
Yeah, about 15:08 pace.
Under the time.
Under the time. So the time is 15:10. Well done, Mitch. If you get 15:08, you're making world champs in Eugene. And if you get 15:10 15:10 or over. I think Izzy ran this race last year and got 15:10.2 or something.
Yeah, she
it
was
was
just
ridiculous.
off.
So I hope that doesn't happen tonight. Hope
They look really good.
15:09.9.
Georgia Griffith doing a really good job leading him out here. Rose Davies wants to be right behind it. Nat Rule too.
And that front pack, yeah, they have established now. The athletes next in the race have strung right out. Might be a tough night running solo for some of the runners here as the pack does start to widen. But the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 behind Georgia Griffith, who knows this track well from Box Hill Athletics Club, are running a strong race and are just going stride for stride from each other.
Well, I reckon if you've watched the races before this, a crucial part of running a good one is to stay wind protected for as long as humanly possible, which I know is very standard running. Oh, of course, you want to stay wind protected, but it's easier said than done.
It is, and when you have to make those decisions in races to say, do I go a little bit faster and get protection from the wind, or do I stay a bit slower and be battling the wind? Well, it's a tough decision to make sometimes. And you said, Mitch, earlier that Caitlin Adams might be the barometer, might be the split in the pack, and she kind of has been, as there is a bit of a gap just behind her.
So that's green behind there. And we will get a read on these two behind, but green's got right on the back of Thackeray. So it is going to be Georgia Griffith leading out Ros Davies, Natalie Rule, Caitlin Adams, Thackeray, Green, as we'll try and get a read on these two athletes behind. I think even Tim and Nick might have missed the hip number. It's getting a little bit dark now. But these girls have made a really good break. I said this might happen early, and this is exactly what's going down.
So, yeah, just over 3 minutes for that first 1 kilometre. As we said, 3:02 pace is what we need. And it is. It's great to watch early on in these races where the athletes are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just going stride for stride, trying to sit on as close to each other's heels without tripping each other up.
Yeah.
There's Rose Davies, Nat Rule, Caitlin Adams, Callie Thackeray, and Rebecca Green.
Yeah, they give themselves a lot of really good room. So these women look really comfortable. They're all in a really good stride here, Mick. So they start to make their way through. And we now see Williams here. She's just lost a little bit of ground, and so too is Von Elsner Wellsteed. Leading this next pack, though, is Klein, who's a class athlete as well. She's got Radford behind her, and so too Wilson. So look at this. This pack is really good, and Rebecca Green's in a great spot right behind there. Katie Thackeray looking really strong. And now I don't know why I'm using her as a barometer because she's a class athlete, but Caitlin Adams tucked beautifully in the middle there. Right ahead of her, Nat Rule, Ros Davies Olympian, and Georgia Griffith Olympian, obviously pacemaking. She might step off.
She's stepping off. I was about to say, Rose is getting very, very close.
Very toey.
To the heels of Griffith in front of her, and yep, she has stepped off, and now it's Rose into the wind. Well, and how's she going to handle this? She's probably, everyone wants to stay behind Rose because she's one of the taller athletes.
Well, unfortunately, she's going to be made to do a little bit of work here, but it could be fortunate for Rose. She likes being at the front, so she's not going to be a strange position for her. She starts to move out a little bit, maybe to try and nudge people through, but Rose Davies, our Zatopek back-to-back champion, she's going to try and claim a really good 5,000-metre race here. Caitlin Adams tucked in behind Nat Rule. It's still Katie Thackeray and Green losing a little bit of distance as the rest of our women make their way through now. They've been picked up there, has Wellstead. She's been picked up by Klein.
And a few little races here, as you said, Klein leading out little pack involving Radford, Wilson, a few others. And, you can still run PBs within these elite races, even though people up front are running much quicker. It's you always want to get tucked into a pack in a 5,000-metre race.
Well, absolutely.
And it's 1, 2, 3, 4 up the front. They have bridged a bit of a gap in green from Melbourne University. With Rose Davies, Nat Rule, Caitlin Adams.
So
and
6:05, Mick, through the first 2K. 6:05.
Well, and that's our pace.
Yep.
So 6:05 3:02 and a half.
That's it.
We want 3:02s.
Yep.
We lost a second.
We're
a second down.
We need to find a little something, but we will because we saw, if you watch the Zatopek, Rose Davies always leaves a little bit of something towards the back here. And I reckon Nat Rule, really good kicker in her junior days. Caitlin Adams know how to race. These four are dangerous right now. Rose looks really good. Nat Rule looks nice. Caitlin Adams, so too Thackeray. There's a little bit of distance now is Green, but these four, they're going to work nicely.
It's real interesting the way Rose is running. She's almost running on the outside edge of lane one, and she's kind of got that style where she's got a little bit of a lean. It's a bit deceiving. Like, is she trying to step out a little bit to allow Nat to go forward if she's feeling good, or is she trying to coax her out, or is that literally just how she runs and I haven't noticed it before?
I reckon it almost might be how she runs.
We're standing here in lane 4 or 5 and we're, never noticed that about Rose before.
Should we be mindful?
Yeah.
Could she make her way out here? That's the question I want to know.
As the two new balance athletes in Rose and
stride for stride.
Yeah, they bridge a gap of a few metres on Caitlin Adams and Kelly Thackeray now.
So that was a 73.
Yeah,
so
they're going
on
for
that.
it.
Yeah, they're
going to help each other out.
Yeah, they're bringing it down. Well, you know, Rose, has she got the time? I would be shocked if she didn't have the time, or whether it hasn't carried over. Maybe nobody's got it.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure. It's the start of the season.
It's not a question of time. It's a question of qualification period.
That's it.
Of which I'm unsure.
Yeah. Well, these two are going to try and do their best to get there, aren't they? So Rose Davies leading out Nat Rule, and Nat looks so comfortable on the inside.
Yeah.
Caitlin Adams and Thackeray look really good too. But these two, you're right, Mick, she's right on the outside of lane 1. I don't know whether it's going to be, we saw it in the Zatopek where they try and push them through a little bit and start to get a little bit of room, but they're looking really strong out in front, working together.
Yeah, big fan of how smooth Nat Rule is looking right now. As you said, she's sort of had a couple of rough years, the odd good race here and there, and last week we saw what she can do. And to be right up on the heels of Rose, we're standing here tonight going, oh, of course, Rose, then Nat, then Caitlin Adams, then Kelly Thackeray. If you said that 3 months ago, you'd be like, Nat, just on the heels of Rose. Huh? No, and she is.
It's amazing to see.
Watch.
And Rose has got her foot on the accelerator. Rose is starting to really drop this down. So she's starting to show that class a little bit. And if you are Nat Rule, which again, all this stuff is so easy to say to us as we've got a jumper, pants, and standing on the side of an athletics track. But if you are Nat, you've just got to dig a little deep right now and hold on. I'm sure boyfriend Jack Rayner will be watching somewhere in America, and I'm sure he'd have a few good words to say. So I know that she's sitting right on the back here, Rose Davies. So Nat Rule just losing a little bit of contact now. She's got to dig a little deep. But Rose and Nat look so good. And Thackeray, maybe she can bring Caitlin Adams back into it. So look at this 3K split. We've got it coming up here. We've got 9:06, 9:07. So that's a 3:02.
They're spot on.
So
They're pretty much spot on, but they need to hold this. Well, Rose is spot on, should we say. Nat has slipped just off the pace. Rose seemed like she was increasing pace. She's actually maybe increased very slightly, but kind of maintained. Nat's just dropped off that pace that they had been running for the previous 2.8 Ks.
Yeah.
Caitlin Adams, Kelly Thackeray doing their best to, well, at least they're together. That's a positive for them. But Rose is extending. She, with 1.8 Ks to go. She's looking pretty strong.
Well, she's really ramped it up. I know she put her foot on the accelerator earlier, but it seems like she's done it once more. So that lead has started to extend, and maybe where Nat might benefit now is Thackeray starting to pick up a little bit of ground. So Thackeray and Adams starting to gain a little bit on Nat Rule. I know she doesn't want to slip backwards, but if she can get some help along the way, it could be the best thing for them. In fact, for all three of them, maybe even Thackeray, as Adams starts to lose a little bit of contact there. So Rose Davies, she's just going through the motions at the moment, Mick. I mean, she looks so smooth. We're right up here next to her, and she just looks so comfortable as she makes her way around.
And we said that, it's strange that Rose is running lane 2. Well, now she needs to, because she's passing people. She's lapping people in this race. And another strong lap here with 4 laps to go. And might be a good thing for Nat to get some company with Thackeray and Caitlin Adams. They are still a bit stronger at some point. Thackeray is running faster than Nat, looking at their cadence, but Nat needs to hang on as soon as Thackeray passes her and see what she can do in these final few laps. But it is Rose Davies, 50 metres ahead of the 3 girls who we just mentioned. And She looks like she's maintaining pace.
Yeah, she really does. This is an unbelievable race. We've seen so many athletes struggle into this wind, and Rose Davies has made it look like nothing. She always made it look like she's had a tailwind for about 4 kilometres. It's unbelievable what she's doing right now. She's looking so strong, so powerful, out on her own. Georgia Griffith did such a good job to set it up early. Nat Rule was right behind her. And now we start to see Thackeray's actually extended away. So she's moved away from Caitlin Adams, and Nat Rule stepped off the track. So unfortunately, we have another DNF here. We're hoping that rule is okay. But right now, it's all Rose Davies, and she looks so strong. She'll have an idea of where she's at. She knows she's done this before, and she looks really smooth. As we see Thackeray looking really good too. Caitlin Adams pumping the arms. These women are going really hard at it here, Mick. We're going to see some big PBs.
Yeah, we are. I reckon Rose has just slowed off that pace slightly with a bit under 3 laps to go now. But she's a strong closer. Never know what she can do, even though she's by herself and there is a bit of breeze here at Box Hill.
Well, she's got that absolute determination. You don't win back-to-back Zatapex without having a little bit of that in you. So Rose Davies certainly not going to die wandering. She's come down here from Newcastle, the pride of Newcastle. Coxie's the pride of South Australia. This is the pride of Newcastle down the back straight.
So we're looking
she makes her way 12:10, 12:11. So she'd have to do a 3-minute K or a 2:59.
Which she can do. Which she can do.
Absolutely she can. If we can get some support down this track, because Rose Davies is going to be right on the fringe of this World Champs qualifier.
She is. It's the Rose show now. What did we say before? It's Rose's world and everyone else on this track is just living in it.
Oh, absolutely we are. And what a place to live. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else right now. So Rose Davies looks so good. She's right on the hinge or on the fringe of that World Champs qualifier. Looks so smooth too. Let's get around her now. I know you're not at the track, but certainly cheer from home if you can, because we need everything we can to get Rose Davies over the line.
Now I've got 1 lap to go. 2 laps to go, should I say. I was trying to do my quick max. Caitlin Adams closing strong as well. Callie Thackeray, she's going 2 laps to go. So just
30 minutes with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, just to avoid any confusion, there is Rose Davies, Callie Thackeray, and Caitlin Adams. They are 1, 2, 3.
It's good to see the support on this back straight picking up a little bit. I hope everybody's aware of the magnitude of what Rose Davies is trying to do. She's not only trying to win a World Championship qualifier at the start of the year, she's trying to do it solo on a windy local track. That's just not something people do to get a World Championship qualifier. So 600 metres to go. 13:27 was on the clock as she made her way through 600 metres to go. And let's will Rose Davies over the line here, because also looking really good is Thackeray in second place.
She is. I don't know. She almost seems like she's closing that gap. Not to the point where she's going to close into World Championships qualifier, but she's her legs are turning over quick. Unfortunately, I can't help but think if Rose moves into the inside of that lane 1, will she be covering less distance? I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's 1 lap to go. She needs to run 15:10. She goes 1 lap to go in 14:06. She has 64 seconds to do it, Mitch. She can close quick. Can she close that quick?
She can close quick. We saw it in the 10K, but I think 64 is a very, very, very quick close, particularly on your own. But I would not discount her at all. She's a world-class, Olympic-class competitor. So 300 metres to go, Rose Davies. I'm not going to call her off at all.
The last time I discounted someone when they were running with a few hundred metres to go was Lyndon Hall, when she broke 4 minutes for the first time in the 1500.
I'm not doing
And I've regretted making ambitious calls ever since. So let's cheer on Rose Davies. 250 metres to go at Box Hill Athletics track. Everyone's on their feet in the front straight. Everyone's on their feet in the back straight. She's going to the dark 200 to 100 metres to go section now. Will her on from home. Cheer in your living rooms, everyone.
Well, we go around the Ellinghouse corner now, and Rose Davies, she's going to be right outside that 15:10 mark, I believe. So Rose Davies, she's done so much work on her own. That Rule stepped off the track. Georgia Griffiths did such a great job pacemaking, but with 100 metres to go, we look at it now, it's 15:10, just ticks over. What an absolutely sensational effort from Rose Davies. That is so incredibly hard to do. Thackeray making her way down the home straight now as well with closing speed, but it is going to be Rose Davies. What a performance from her, as Thackeray as well. Let's watch the clock. It's going to be under 15:30 for sure. 15:26 to stop it there. Here comes Caitlin Adams, who we mentioned before the race, Mick. What a great performance from her. That's going to be under the 15:42. So definitely 3 women under that 16-minute mark. And that's exactly what you want to see. And that is tough racing from Rose Davies and the rest of the field.
How's that? But Callie Thackeray as well, just coming in the end. After all that, there was only maybe 3 seconds separating the two women out in front.
Well, what a close from her. I feel like she sort of, we certainly talked about her enough during the race, but I almost feel like that final lap was dedicated to Rose. But Kelly Thackeray just did so much. Look at this sprint down here. It's going to be Klein going after Radford and Williams behind her there. So Radford and Klein, they're going to charge down. It's going to be Klein who just gets the better of Radford. Great racing, 16:11, 16:13.
Oh, yeah.
So the women have absolutely turned it on here, Mick, for the A5000.
They have.
Which is unsurprising.
I'm not surprised. As I said, quality fields here at Box Hill for the burn.
Well, here's Green now. She's going to come down and get it. What a finish as well from Coghlan. That's fantastic effort. Charlotte Wilson now as well. So a lot under the 17. This is huge. This is phenomenal racing. So we see the rest of our competitors now make their way down. Really solid performance there from Jason. As we now also seen Von Elsner, Wellsteed make her way down. She's going to be just over that 17-minute mark, and that is moving. My legs feel like jelly. I couldn't get anywhere near that.
Just watching this.
Yeah, I couldn't get anywhere near that. I think it needs to be so respected what every woman in this race has just won, because these 5K times are extraordinary. So we have Condon Gonis making her way down the final 100 metres here. And I believe that's Tabbitt just getting on her outside. So that is going to be Tabbitt.
So Tabbitt, who's finishing at the tail end of this field, is running at a pace of 3 minutes 30 per kilometre.
17:37, your last competitor through there. And that was a cracking women's A5000. Well, I've been given 2 microphones now. They'll go around. So roaming Mick and Mitch is over. Hopefully that all sounded good, because I couldn't hear a word of what I was saying. So that's very exciting. So make my way back. Do you think we can get anybody on the microphone? That would be true roaming. Roaming Mitch. So let's see. I don't think we're going to get anyone. I haven't run into anybody, unfortunately. I mean, I could find some rogue people. That could be pretty fun. No, the next race is on the track. I shouldn't do that. As I look at Lachlan Rayner.
So we can have our winners of the 1,000 metres and also 5,000 metre events across the presentations, which is front of the main grandstand. That will be appreciated. Peter Bowl and Cody Holmes work here still. So we will grab Rose Davies and Sam McEntee. counter before we can get underway in the men's B 5,000 metres.
On your marks.
And we are underway in the men's B 5,000 metres. So we have 4 more races for the evening, men's B, C, D and E. 27 men on the start line. Split start, which means there's a lot of people towing the start line. There will be, I was about to say, there will be a couple of pacemakers. It looks like Liam Adams is in this race trying to make his way to the front. He does wear the hip number 28, which indicates he is outside of the field. So as I was saying to Mitch earlier, we know people whose best is just over 15 minutes, 15:10 for 5,000 metres, and they're not in this race, which means that you're going to have to run under 15 minutes, under 3 minutes per kilometre to make it into this men's B event.
Did I see Cheeky Rogers leading out this event?
Cheeky would be in there. He'd be one of them.
So, Charlie Rogers
Cheeky
leading
Charlie.
it out. A lovely bit of Cheeky Rogers. Seth O'Donnell as well. Tom Thorpe. Liam Adams is...
Well,
I don't even know why I'm
confused.
surprised that he's back, to be honest.
But so Liam's pacing, and he's sitting in third. Maybe he's just like, he's been told to run, 255s.
That is fact. I did know that. Yep. So,
What do you know?
So Liam Adams' girlfriend, Charlotte Wilson, who was in that Women's A 5,000 as well, is Archie Noakes' coach. So Liam may be doing the pacemaking for Archie at the moment.
Personal pacemaker, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? If you know Steve Deneen.
Well, probably saves an argument at home as well.
Yeah.
We're stopping domestics,
as they say. Archie Noakes, another class runner. He is I'm not going to quote times here without knowing.
I got him.
Low to mid 14-minute guy.
8:57 3K steeple, 8:11 3,000 metres. And he
there
would be
you
that
go.
low 14, 5,000, I reckon. So Liam Adams is doing the personal. We also have Garbalotto not too far over there. Lockie Cook has floated his way down from Queensland. And he'll make his way in the middle of that field, a University of Virginia product.
And the clock ticks over 3 minutes, and these guys are gone. Like they were there 10 seconds ago.
Oh, boy. Yep. They are well and truly on pace for a fast time, we shouldn't be surprised because we said there are quite a few athletes
14s,
here.
Maybe in breaking 14.
Under 14.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Thorpe, I know for a fact, 13:57 go because he won't ever let me forget.
Won't let you forget his run quick at the 10 or his run 13:57.
Yeah.
Does surprise me, not saying he's not capable, but cheeky Charlie Rogers from Glen Huntly leading the
is
field.
Is he a pacemaker? Or
Oh, could be. Could be.
I feel like he wouldn't come down to pacemake. Like, he'd want to win the thing.
I would have thought so too. Let's check the hip on him.
Watch Seth O'Donnell in second place.
Well, I mean, he's the runner who's just gone strength to strength over the last 12 months.
Yeah.
As we see Charlie Rogers wearing no hip number. So maybe he's come down, done the nice pacemaking job.
There's some New South Wales athletes in here as well. I'm seeing the Trinity Grammar New South Wales kit in there. So quite a few people want to get down here and run fast.
And what a place to do it.
Well, I think you'd be a little bit flat with the wind, but outside of that, I think you'd be pretty happy with what the fields are and how it's working. Liam Adams is doing the same thing he did in the A race. He's bringing this next pack. Yeah, he just brings them back.
He's such a nice guy. He just brings people together.
Yeah, that's a man you respect. Not that I don't respect everybody else. I respect them all too. But there's something special about Liam Adams as he leads out Archie Noakes. And let's get the 2K split's always a very interesting one to see where they're at. Have they picked it up from the first K? Have they sustained? Is it going to get a little bit slower before it gets faster? I have a feeling that, hold on. Now that Cheeky Rogers has stepped off, Seth O'Donnell will not mess around with the pace.
No,
He'll get after it. As he gaps Thorpe now.
The thing about judging a 2K pace off a 1K pace is you have to know what the 1K pace was.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, that is the thing. Tom Thorpe, it's in Tom Thorpe's best interest to let Liam Adams pass him, sit in.
And get dragged.
I got no doubt that Archie Noakes will be going for low 14s.
Well, he'll be going for that World Junior qualifier, without a doubt. There'd already be a few that have it, I reckon, because the standards are a little bit slower than what they've been in the past. But he'll certainly be chasing that, I'm sure. If he doesn't already have it, that is. So right now, Liam Adams has got him back. Look at that. He's actually brought about 11
he brings people
athletes,
together. Nicest guy in athletics.
Back to Tom Thorpe. The only man who's out of the grasp of Liam Adams right now is Seth O'Donnell. And I reckon, here we go. So separates once more. So he brought them all back up, and he's going to maintain, and now he's going to start to gap them. So some of these boys now are going to have to just get on the back of Archie Noakes and really reap the benefit of having Liam Adams lead him around.
Yeah, so a 14:15 World Junior qualifying time.
Oh, he's on for that. He's got to be. So they'll...
Yeah, so Tom Thorpe just needs to sit on the heels of Archie Noakes as Liam Adams just reliably leads him around.
He will. Thorpe, he's a smart racer. He'll sit on the back there. I reckon a really good people... Well, sorry, I was about to say a really good man, but I was going to say a few people to watch is in that second pack. Garbalotto's in there. Lockie Cook is a man I always have my eye on.
Yep, Lockie Cook.
Class athlete. Doesn't matter whether he's fit or unfit. He races well. Yeah. There's something about him.
Daniel Kelly as well. He's the boy in the fluoro. He hard to miss.
We need to get this Trinity man leading from New South Wales because he's probably the only one who's going to bring these boys potentially back to the back of Tom Thorpe. I think.
Yeah, so it's kind of almost a race in like three big slabs, big packs, big slabs of packs.
The pepper. Where's the pepper? There we go. So Nick Wall doing the work for us here. So Seth O'Donnell on track for that sub-14. Tom Thorpe knows what it's like to run that. Liam Adams, above anybody, knows what it's like to run that. And he wants to drag Archie Noakes through another World Junior qualifier. So it is going to be Seth O'Donnell leading it out there. And that is Patrick Cantlin, I believe, sitting behind there with the big green singlet and the white tee on it. Lockie Cook, not far away though, old Cook. So he'll have a lot of boys in Queensland watching, I'm sure.
Yeah, Seth O'Donnell, respect though. Like he's
tough.
Yeah. He's like, I came to run 14 minutes. whether you want to come run it with me or not, I think I'm informed to run it, so that's what I'm going to do.
Well, let's get this 3K time as they make their way through. Yeah, well, Mick's not as lazy as me. He stood up. I just
Here's
looked.
Mitch trying to just lean back and
I just did the casual,
at the clock.
the left shoulder look, and Mick is.
I've at least risen to my feet.
Yeah, Mick's right there. So let's get a look at it. Seth O'Donnell, they haven't pegged it back all that much, but Seth O'Donnell just looks smooth. He's more than happy to be on his own. And let's see. You want Liam Adams. Archie Noakes, if you're him, you're tapping Liam and going, mate, I need you, I need you, I need you.
25.
Yep.
And 8:29, 8:30.
So 8:25, I'm pretty sure that's just under 14 pace. But I could be very wrong. Very, very wrong. Jakeb Cox now gets to the front of the next pack. That's another man that you want leading your pack.
That is.
Those Cox brothers are tough.
Runners.
They will do their best to lead it out. Here comes Lockie Scott through the line too.
Yeah, so a bit of context. Seth is on for just about sub 14 pace, just under, and the second pack is around 14:10 pace.
Okay.
So if Noakes wants that under 20 qualifier, well, he just needs to maintain what he's been doing for the last 3Ks.
I'm curious to know the age of our New South Wales athlete. I'm going to try and look it up, but he does look young. He could be coming down here also chasing a World Junior qualifier.
Absolutely could.
So let's have a look. So Seth O'Donnell, though, not wasting any time to go after this sub-14 and do it on his own. So I think Patrick Cantlin is an under 20.
Okay, so it's Noakes. Thorpe's holding on strong. That's where Thorpe wants to be as well, sandwiched between a few quality runners. Cantlin as well, as you said. Seems like he might be an under 20 runner chasing that sub 14-15 qualifier.
So he's 19. He's 19 years old. I'm not under 20, so yeah, he should be fine, yeah. I don't know how the birthday cutouts or anything like that work, but I'm sure he's an under 20 athlete. So he's right on the heels of Archie Noakes. That's where you want to be. But look at Seth O'Donnell. Mate, he's just gapping him.
Yeah, as I said, this Seth O'Donnell has gone from strength to strength over the last... Because I remember him. I remember him running Myers Club because of his hair. And he wasn't this quick a couple of years ago. He had the hair, but he wasn't this quick.
He was that mid-pack, wasn't he?
Yeah. And he's everyone apart from, those class runners that we had in that A-race.
So we've got 4 laps to go, or 3 laps to go. 10:46. That's 3. Yeah, 3. So here we go. Lockie Cook right behind Jakeb Cox as well. So they're moving. But Archie Noakes right behind Liam Adams, making the absolute most of it.
Okay, where is Seth O'Donnell?
So look at this. It's starting to be broken up now. Liam Adams, he's going to lead out Archie Noakes. Look at this. There's a little bit of a gap on him here.
11:20, 11:22. 14:10 pace, and he needs a 14:15 1K to go. He is on.
He's right on.
And he's being led around by Liam Adams as well. That's where it's, it makes the job a whole lot easier. He still has to run it, but it makes it easier. Sit on the heels of someone in front, especially if they're an Olympian.
Well, absolute 2-time marathon Olympian as well at that. But Liam Adams, he is a vocal man. You see him turn his head, he'll be going, come on, mate, get the hell on. Do not quit on me now. So Liam Adams, he's going to just about run this whole thing. He will try and run the whole thing to get Archie Noakes through, which is beautiful. As we see Coxie now. So Coxie and Cookso.
Yeah.
So Jakeb Cox, Lockie Cook, they come around Tom Thorpe, so too Cantlin. And look at the rest of this field. It's been brought back.
It's always interesting to see the back of the packers work their way through. If you keep your eye on any particular person, it's easy to see in hindsight, but it's hard to pick up those plays that are happening in the race. But as you said, Coxie and Cookie, the South Australian and the Queenslander.
Well, they'd make a great radio duo as well with those two names. So
Cookie.
Cookso and Cox. Let's see how they go here. So there's a few athletes making their way around Tom Thorpe now, so he just needs to hold on here. He's a tough guy, but he needs to hold on. It's Seth O'Donnell, though, but look at this. I reckon they're mounting a little bit of an attack here. Liam Adams, Archie Noakes. Seth O'Donnell's had to do so much on his own. It's such a tough race to be forced to run a 5,000 metres. He's done it with no grimace on his face. He seems to have only done it with a smile, but 400 metres to go now. Look at the clock. 12:57, 58. So look at this.
He's
13 minutes.
Strong.
So Archie Noakes is going to have to find something here to go on to that World Junior qualifier of 14:10. Liam Adams gives him one more yell. He says, come on, big fella. Come with me.
This is impressive from Noakes. Even more impressive from O'Donnell. But I'll tell you what, Noakes is even going to catch O'Donnell.
There we go.
300 metres to
Liam's
go.
off.
He's a massive gap. I don't know if he will, but it's fun to imagine.
He's going to get there. I reckon he's going to absolutely give it a red-hot crack. Seth O'Donnell's had to do so much. Look at this. 25, 20, 15. I feel like I'm auctioning a house. Third and final. It's almost gone. 200 metres to go. Seth O'Donnell now. Geez, they've made him do so much work. But here comes Archie Noakes. He wants that World Junior qualifier. 13:42 on the clock right now. It is so within the realm of possibility for Archie Noakes. He just needs to keep those arms pumping. Seth O'Donnell's been a good barometer for him. Liam Adams stepped off the track. 100 metres to go. He's gone through at about 13:50. Archie Noakes goes to the arms. He doesn't just want the qualifier, he wants the win. Seth O'Donnell will hold on, but Archie Noakes, there's your World Junior qualifier. Look at that. There's another one for Archie Noakes.
Unreal.
Loves it. Absolutely loves it.
And we have Coxie and Cookie coming in for third and fourth.
Absolutely loves it. And so he should. And that's his third World Junior qualifier for a third event, Archie Noakes.
That was number 3, was it? That was the significance of Steeple
5K. 3,000 has a World Junior qualifier as well. And 5,000.
How many interstaters in this?
So
field?
many.
Well,
Everybody wanted to chase this time.
It's almost like another version of national champs.
Well, everyone wanted to get after a time. I told you Lockie Cook would run a fast one.
So that's a B race, ladies and gentlemen. Running low, 14 minutes for the B race here at the Box Hill Burn. As we said, people who are running low 15s aren't even making this B race. They're in the C race, which is coming up right now. So expect times of in the 15s for this C race. And just the battle there of I mean, it seemed like it was Seth O'Donnell's race. And evidently, right up until the end, it was.
He's got it. He's got it well and truly. 5 seconds under that World Junior qualifying mark there for Archie Noakes. Officially 14:05. Wow. Well done to Seth O'Donnell as well. Just outside that sub-14. But what a performance. And if you're Archie Noakes, you owe a big kiss to Liam Adams.
Yeah. Yeah, what a
selfless thing to do.
What a man Liam is.
Well, why should we be surprised?
Once again, we require lap scorers for our 5,000 metre events. There's still a few to go. Those 13, 14 and 15 I think still coming.
Well, you didn't say the hours before. Oh, okay. But aren't you guys guys like CrossFit? Or is it like? Oh, really? Okay. Cool. All right. Well, yeah. I want to.
We require one more lap scorer. If we can get someone just to jump the fence and help us out with lap scoring this week so we get underway, that would be appreciated. One more lap scorer required.
Guys, can you not run through the finish line?
Were they?
Listen, your mum. Get it right for Sydney, alright? I'll try and see you in the next few days. Bye.
So we'll get the next race underway, which is the C men's 5,000 metres. We'll introduce the field at once they are running. Let's keep the interest going in these events. There are more events to go here this evening at the Box Hill Burn. So 22 starters underway now to C 5,000 metres. Kevin goes from Frankston. Cody O'Brien's and Stevens. Brett Ellis. Patient athlete. Also got Ashley Hoffman, Aaron Mitch from South Australia. Harry McIntyre, Box Hill, Daniel Hutchinson. Also Brandon Musket from Western Age. Craig Appleby is back racing with the C. Drew Nichols from South Australia. Alan Drake from Western Athletics. Glenn Huntley, Dion Nokiaro. Also got Tony Earl from Melbourne University. Lincoln Belgrove from Glenn Huntley. Dan Lundell from Eureka. Simon Wins from the Yarra Rangers. Tim Bryant from
So
And
we
we're
are
back.
here. Yeah, we took a little bit of an extended break. We had Our other commentator,
our
in
competing
track.
commentator.
Yeah, this is a competition. There's a little
Our
rivalry.
stadium
going on.
announcer versus the live stream commentary. It's very different art. But there's fierce rivalry.
Well, I got told off for my in-stadium commentary once for the kudos for giving away race tactics, as I've said before.
Yeah,
so
you can't.
I'm better here.
You can't
'cause I can do
say
it
what is happening or what you think's going to happen if you're commentating to the athletes who are running the track.
Whereas be very vague.
We can say what we want.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what's going on. I can tell you how you look. I can tell you where they are.
Yeah, what we think is going to happen, or what. Yeah, exactly where everyone is. What the athletes in the race should do. We can say that.
Yeah,
because they can't hear us.
We're the armchair experts over here. This is great. Now, if you are curious and you go, wow, there's a lot of bodies on the track, well, there should be 29.
Yeah, it should be. I don't think there will be because Classic tonight there's been 1 or 2 drop out of every race, and mid-race and before the race.
Yeah, I got a little word on the Stewie McSween situation as well. A bit of a residual effect from COVID. Just body unfortunately hasn't fully recovered.
I was going to mention that at the start, but then I had myself second-guessing going, no, did I hear it was him who got COVID?
Yeah.
So it was him who got COVID.
We had it in January.
Well, that's fine then.
Yeah.
You can forgive that. That's a bit of being run down because of a legit reason.
Well, it does really knock
or an
you,
injury.
I reckon. Have you had it?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Been lucky.
Oh, we were talking about this last time.
Yeah. No, I've
timing of you
I've
to get
survived
it,
the summer of COVID, thank God.
I'm probably due to get it a second time, I would say. I might get it a second time before you get it the first time.
Probably. I had it, and with the running as well, I do some online coaching. Run Rabbit on Instagram, if you're interested. And had a couple of athletes who are like, I got COVID. And it's a real, just easy way back into it. And one particular athlete said, I raced terribly on the weekend. I had to stop at 8Ks in the 10K race to throw up. Don't know what it was. Text me this morning. Got COVID.
Yeah. I have COVID. Yeah. I have.
He explains the throwing up and the shortness of breath during the race.
Of COVID. 2:56 for that, just by the way. So we're under that 15-minute 5K pace, which would be a PB for a lot of these guys. We see the man we've been talking about a little bit tonight, Callum Drake. He's tailing towards the back of this, just in a nice spot.
Yeah, that's how he does things, Callum Drake. He's a pretty smart operator when it comes to running.
Yeah, he's not silly. One of the more interesting men, I reckon, Callum Drake.
Is the understatement of the night.
Yeah.
If you know him.
It is actually the understatement of the night.
I like how the field is forming just once again. Only a few laps in, but that train 1-1-1-1-1-1-1.
Well, our resident super sleuth, Nath Nation, just dropped past, said maybe a little bit of hamstring tightness for Nat Rule as well in that women's A5000.
Hamstring tightness. On a night like tonight, as we said, good conditions, opportunities there, but not tip-top conditions.
There's only been a few that have really done well with it, isn't there?
Yeah.
So these men make their way around in the C5000 K-Smash. And I feel like we appreciate this more than anybody in athletics. A straight, strung-out line. I feel like it does something to us from this part of the track. It always excites me. Look at that. Look at all your room.
Yeah.
No one's checking you.
It looks clean. And what you want to do when you're racing on a track is have someone like that comfortable 1 to 1.5 meters in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what almost every single person on this track has right now.
Yeah. That's where you want to be.
I love it. I love it for them.
Yeah. I'm excited, for them.
Yeah.
Not for us.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I wouldn't say I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I'd say I'm excited for them.
Watching the bodies on the track
I'm happy
after
for the
race,
position they're in.
I'm not jealous. I'll admit. I'm not jealous. So they make their way through here. Beautifully strung out. We're about to... Look, once we get around another 200 metres, we'll be 2K in, which we've been saying is the most interesting split sometimes of this 5,000-metre event.
Yeah, I'd say so. And Ben Ladbrook is the athlete he's in second position. I'm going to assume the first runner leading everyone around is a pacemaker still in that black singlet. Doesn't have a hip number, so Ben Ludbrook of Eureka is leading this C race around. But it's really anyone's race, especially in that first pack of 10. As they actually starting to bunch up now.
Yeah.
So maybe some people sort of itching, going through that first 2Ks in 15:55, and the back of that pack going through in, 6 minutes dead. So it's a real good way to run under 15 minutes for 5K.
Yeah, it really is. You put yourself in a really good spot. Go in that mid-pack towards the back. If you know you're around that 15 mark, just chill. You're all right. You've got a lot of time. Through the 2Ks, we mentioned a good split. But these guys out in front, they don't really look like they've pushed the envelope at all. Like, they haven't licked the stamp and sent it yet. They're just they're in the process.
Oh, there'll be no stamp licking at this stage.
Yeah, they've just
2Ks in.
peeled it a little bit. They've peeled the stamp.
There'll be no wet stamps around here.
Is it no post on Sundays, or do I send it off today? It's an interesting question, and we'll wait and see who's got the answers. So they look so smooth. Toby O'Brien in the St. Stephen Harris colours.
Yeah,
Love watching him run.
Bevan Duez, Aaron Nitschke as well. There are a few of the athletes right up the front of this field. Ludbrook, Toby O'Brien, as you mentioned. But it's not only out of those five, like they're literally strung one by one by one. At some point, this train's going to split. There's going to be a gap.
16 in the line.
Yeah, and we saw the last race as well. Like, obviously, with one lap to go, we had Seth O'Donnell leading Archie Noakes by about 50 metres, and then pretty much crossed the line together.
Yeah. A lot can happen over the latter parts of the 5,000. It's always very interesting. You've either timed it. It's like what Nick Wall was saying, whether you love him or hate him. There's no in between. You either perfectly time the 5,000 and hit it to perfection, or you absolutely die.
For those,
it's the worst experience of all time.
For those who are listening and love or hate Nick,
you'll understand. Yeah.
You understand.
And if you sit in the middle, I don't believe you, because even Nick's admitted you either love him or hate him. So Pacemaker steps off. That's Quirk. Really, really good job by Quirk. And now it's going to be O'Brien who picks it up. And Charlie Rogers. Cheeky Rogers. Yep, big Cheeky. He's on the side of the track cheering them all on. So, which is
cheer! I thought you meant in the race.
No. He was just. I'm pretty sure I just saw him bow down to somebody on the internal of the track. So, I don't know what that's about. But this pack of 16. Now, give me a second. Let me count it.
Well, it's a dense pack now as well. They're not strung out. It well and truly is a pack,
it's a
rather
pack of
than
15.
the aforementioned train.
It's now a pack of 15, and they're about to get cooking, I reckon.
And that 3K split will be interesting. You said the 2K split's interesting, but I find the 3K split even more interesting than that.
Can I be honest? I'm going to be really candid. I wanted to say the 3K, but I'd committed so early to the 2K being the interesting split. I thought, I'd have to run with this now. There's no way out of this. I've said it too many times. But I agree with you.
Feel like you can be honest.
I'm honest. The 3K one's the most interesting.
Yeah. So obviously, if you want to break 15 minutes for 5K, going under 9 minutes for 3K is a real good way of going about that. So they've run 8:58 that front pack. Callum Drake coming through, running 9 minutes dead through 3K. He once again, he was at the back of that field early on. Now he's not so far back. He's running a strong race.
Well, you want to know what's underrated? Craig Appleby is in this race.
Yeah,
a very familiar name
and
across
he's run
the
some
circuit.
very strong races in the past.
And where does he sit? On the shoulder, in second position.
Yeah, dangerous, some would say.
So that's definitely a name to keep on the radar. So Ludbrook as well, of Ballarat. He's a very good distance runner. Gets the wheels turning. Toby O'Brien, obviously more a 3K steeple sort of operator, but can spin the wheels over the 5K. So it'll be interesting to see how these boys get moving. But it's starting to spread again. Like 16s become 15, become 14. So they're losing one a lap at this point.
Yep. So
look at Cheeky
we got like 4 laps left.
Look at this.
Oh yeah, no, we gave you a shout out, Cheeky. Don't you worry. How's this?
We
Cheeky
threw
Rogers
you in there, Cheeky. We threw
the
we
visitors.
Threw him in.
The visitors that we have had in this commentary box with us tonight: Cheeky Rogers, Luke Matthews.
Yep.
That's about it.
Peter Bowl, I guess.
I know who's better out of the two of them.
Yep.
Cheeky.
Got to be. Better rig. So Dion out the front there, repping the Hoka on a more of an ultra runner, actually, Dion. So this is an interesting churn down in distances.
Yeah,
but he's spreading it. Look at him. He's spread it. David Grieg at the back of that. Pretty tough competitor. So I don't think they'll shake him too much. But This is going to be an interesting.
Is that Nitschke at the front? Aaron Nitschke?
I think
from,
it is.
I think from Adelaide Harriers in South Australia.
Yep. In the seat. I think you might be right. And it's still Craig Appleby on the shoulder. So
Loves a shoulder.
Yeah.
I always said that about
Oi.
Craig Appleby. Loves a shoulder.
When you think Craig Appleby, you think shoulder loving. They just go hand in hand. So let's have a look here. 4 laps to go. They're going to come down and get 3. So it's going to be 1,200. So in 200 metres time, we'll get that 4K split, which is also an interesting split. Not the most interesting, though. 11, let's call it 11.19, ranging through 21.
Appleby, Finicario, Mims in third position. I must have called Nitschke. Obviously, we'll see things across the track.
Yep, I like it, though.
Yeah.
I was ready to commit. I was also committed to the Nitschke. Don't you worry. Craig Appleby, you don't want to spot him much room. I haven't seen him much across the summer, so I'm not sure what his preparation's been like, but if it's anything to go off his past, pretty handy. All right, let's see this.
You know what it was? I saw someone doing a run-through in the same colours.
I actually think I just saw them.
Literally,
and I thought,
that's
hold on.
what
that is
threw me.
Nitschke.
This is bullshit.
11.54. That was. So Nichols in there too. So a few heads on a swivel. I have a feeling Craig Appleby's now going to start to just let him know, I've got a little bit of experience at this. I know what I'm doing here, the Knox athlete.
But as you said, Dion Finicario has the endurance behind him. Maybe not the speed, but he's a strong runner.
Absolutely he is.
So going to be no problem. Maybe turning on the speed might be an issue, but not holding on to pace.
So Mims on the inside, Nichols behind him there. And that is Brett Ellis sitting behind them. So Toby O'Brien not far off either.
Touch.
Just needs to probably hang tough this lap, and he might be able to finish it off pretty strong. But we'll wait and see. So here we go. Mims now. I reckon going to start to stretch him. The guy in the red singlet needs to stop doing run-throughs on the back straight. It's getting incredibly
Aaron
confusing.
again.
It's getting so confusing. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm getting very confused. But
So
it
is
is
that
Mims, I
Mims?
reckon. I reckon it is.
Who's gone from... who's our man in second? Because not Finicario.
I reckon it might be Brett Ellis, maybe?
Alice is in fifth.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get there. Look
at the boys.
But what I'm pretty confident of is that they are going under 15 minutes in this 5,000 metre race.
Look at the Rising Track Club boys
Many
up
of them.
on the tables. Here he is. Welcome, Tynan Mims. Behind there is Nichols, Bryn Nichols. So Bryn
Okay.
Nichols, Appleby behind him there.
Brett Ellis, Finicario, Toby O'Brien,
But I reckon
Daniel
he's gonna run away with this. So Tynan Mims is absolutely stretching it out the back straight. I don't think anyone's going to get near him here. They're going to be a few that try and challenge, but
No,
200 metres to go, 14.13. He's going to go well under.
He's licked the stamp, Mitch.
Yes.
He's licked it.
There's
All
posts
he
on
needs only
Sundays.
one thing for him to do now once he's licked the stamp.
He needs to send it. Here we go.
100 metres to go.
It's Tynan Mims.
Massive gap on the rest of the field.
Well, have a look at his training partners here. They're up on the tables for Tynan Mims. Let's watch the clock. He's going to go low 14.40. Let's go 5.
14.44.
Appleby. He makes his way under too. Well done there. The rest of the boys make their
Brett
way
Ellis,
through. Here's Dion.
Finicario.
Toby.
Toby will get under
54,
15.
55.
Daniel
56.
Hutchinson.
Well done to Toby.
Just under.
Just.
Bevan
Oh,
Duez.
he's just going to miss Bevan.
Tim Bryant.
Here comes
Buddha
Callum
Drake. Callum Drake.
This is fast running. There's Nitschke. Great racing here in the men's C5000.
Oh, yeah. Knew it would be, and it was. How's that? Got to run under 15 minutes to even have a sniff in the C race.
a full race next time. Exactly right. Good experience for all those younger runners out there this evening. 2 races to go, Nick.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't take any more than that. The wind was hard, hey? Yeah, it was. Like, there's a couple times it's going to move out, and then I'm like, nah. Yeah. I was like, nah, I guess it's too hard. Oh, yeah, I know. You're gone.
I make way too many tattoo bets. there was another one.
All of them happy to be with Lockie Barber.
Yeah, yeah, Lockie, if you're listening, your services will be required between myself and your housemate.
Lucky knows someone with a tattoo gun who does tattoos.
Well, Lockie Barber, I went to have some casual drinks with some of these boys a couple of weeks ago, and
yeah, I'm all for casual drinks.
Yeah, just casual though. And Lockie Barber, somebody said Barber's gone home to get a jumper, and he came back with a tattoo gun.
Yeah, that's from vague sort of social media musings. That's I'm gathering the old.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting.
Let's put a tattoo on you.
I mean,
is a bit of a regular occurrence, which seems strange.
I let my leg bees muse. Have you seen how many he's given me?
No.
He's given me like 14.
Yourself?
To me.
Yeah,
personally.
right.
Once he was really bad, I said, mate, you need to build up somewhere. Come on.
I guess once you start collecting the stickers,
you can't
then,
stop.
Yeah. And also sort of, I feel like you rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak, by getting the first one.
Oh, yeah. So we have here Archie Noakes. He's just run another World Junior qualifier. Look at the smile on his face. You can see what it means. Archie, congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Walk us through it. What was the feeling? What was the instruction? Walk us through.
Yeah, look, so the plan was just to get under the qualifier. I did a really good session last Thursday. K-reps right on 250s, just like getting ready for that pace. And yeah, look, to go under 14:10. It was pretty special, like really stoked with that. Just thought, just got to sit on Liam. That 3 to 4th K was pretty brutal. Just had to, just get in the zone, just feel the rhythm, I guess. And
I'm curious to know, Liam's a pretty vocal guy. I know that he brings people through. I saw his head on a swivel quite a bit there. What was he saying to you as you made your way through the tougher parts of it?
Look, he was just giving me support. Like he was just saying, just keep going, pull me through to 4.7, left me to go catch Seth. Just couldn't get him in that last straight, but yeah, it was a really good run. Yeah, really happy with how he paced me. It was pretty even. Last 2 laps was a bit quicker, so yeah, super happy with it.
Well, I almost feel spoiled to ask you this question, but from 1,500 through to 5K,
yeah,
you pretty much got a World Junior qualifier or just off it.
Yeah.
Is there a pet event in there, or are you just throwing yourself at everything and just seeing what sticks?
Yeah, look, I'm just seeing what sticks at the moment. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a 15 guy, but, I'm a couple seconds off like getting the qualifier for that, so yeah, look, I've got a pretty big variety to choose from. Probably suited to the 5 and 3 and steeple more. But yeah, we'll see what I probably go with like 5 and steeple at World Juniors. But I'm racing the Sydney 3K this weekend as well. So pretty big week
You got
this
a massive
week.
one.
So yeah, we'll see what happens this weekend. I'll make a decision for that. So,
Well, obviously, you're coached by Charlotte Wilson as well.
Yes.
You're one of the only athletes that she coaches. Her partner is Liam Adams, so that's a pretty good double to have. What's it like being trained by Charlotte and maybe not as a big coach in the scene, but obviously one that's working really well for you?
Yeah, oh, look, it's great. Like, I'm getting, pulled through by Liam to a few good sessions, getting some good splits, and that's really helping me improve. Just getting some really hard sessions on the board.
Mate, you've got a great head on your shoulders. Congratulations. We're excited to see what you do, hopefully at World Juniors, and well done again.
Thanks, Mitch.
Guys,
Cheers.
it might be a small delay.
So we're underway here in the men's deep. We are wheeling and dealing deals down here at the commentary table as well. Mick Masseni's just got himself a hoodie, and I might have got myself a tattoo. Okay, Andrew Lego is in this race. This guy,
your arch nemesis.
No, mate, I am at his mercy. I am not his arch nemesis at all. He beat me by over about a minute and a half. He absolutely destroyed me.
So not even
I'm not his nemesis at all.
Nemesis
he has my measure without a doubt. So I'm really interested to see how he goes. He was a good ripping bloke.
So what
as well.
you're saying is if you're running tonight, you're in the men's E.
Yeah.
Or the mixed B.
100%. 100%. I might not even be in this, to be honest.
Yeah,
like,
well,
I'm in the men's E.
That's my
Yeah,
point.
I'm in the men's E, without a doubt. Like, and I'm okay with that. So to make their way through, they're going to split up just a little bit here. And we'll see who the pacemaker is, or whether that even is a pacemaker or whether it's invitational.
So 15:30 to 16:30 is the range of the seed times.
That's insane for a D 5,000.
Yeah, it actually is.
Like 15:30 for a D.
Well, put it this way. Last year, and it's like just shows the different standards of different track meets that are getting around. So last year, I put my seed time down for the Collingwood Track Classic, Collingwood Harriers version of this, I guess. Pretty sort of casual event, but same sort of setup, number of heats. I put my time down 16:40, and I was at the tail end of the A race, racing Liam Adams and Joel Tobin White up the front, but 16:40 got me in the A race, and there were about 5 or 6 races in the evening. Today, 16:40, I'm in the men's E race.
Yeah.
No,
You're not even in this.
Down at 16:30.
You and me. Hey,
yeah. I mean, I've improved since then. I've been in the. Don't tell me that I wouldn't be in the D.
You'd be in the D. You'd be. If I'm in the E, you're in the D.
It's not about me. It's about Andrew Lego, who's sitting in about 10th position.
And he looks good. I'm telling you, he only gets better. I'm telling you. I had thoughts during the race where I thought, I can pick him up. And then at about 5K, I just honestly thought, I can see spots. I don't know whether anyone else can see these spots, but Andrew Lego can't, as he puts a minute and 20 seconds into me. But anyway.
Yeah. What I'm loving about this race is so many invitational athletes.
Yeah.
And a boy from Queensland as well, in Joshua Linnett.
And look,
with the number 1 hip number from
we
Queensland.
don't want to do Steve's job again, but if you're inspired by these invitational athletes, or even our elite athletes, if you are at a pub with your mates, or you're talking to your girlfriends and you're going like, oh yeah, I could run that fast if you put me in it, put your money where your mouth is.
Come
down here and run
Track
at
classic,
the Box Hill Twilight.
3K.
Yeah.
It's not
as long.
It's not as far as 5K.
1,500 as well. You get that in-between point. That's where you want to be.
You want to be where Hudson Bucci is right now, because he's sitting in just behind the pacemaker, the boy in the Mentone singlet. And, yeah, that's your love and life is sitting in behind the pacemaker.
Lovely. That's Alex Gruen leading him out. Box Hill away.
Yeah, right, in the...
Third at last year's Vic 5K champs.
Alex Gruen has quite the pedigree. Is he the boy in the
He's in the orange
singlet?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And he's one of Steve Deneen's boys, so I'm assuming he's thrown him in as a good measure pacemaker.
Melbourne Grammar back in the day. Alex Gruen, yeah.
There we go. Look at us.
Yeah. No, we've got some interesting facts out there in case anyone cares about them. Just
But
show the random
there's
stuff
any
that we
Melbourne
know.
grammar teachers out there going, I taught him. Yep,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
factual. Yep.
Just stumbled across this live stream.
Yeah. Easy to do.
I like the pack that's going on, though. About 1,400 metres into this 5K event.
Yeah,
Let's say a
looking
third.
smooth.
It's about a third of the way through. About. Not quite.
It's looking really smooth. Bucci, as you mentioned, is running incredibly well on the shoulder of Alex Gruen, which is a good man to follow. So too on the outside behind him, 1 out, 2 back is Jordan Abbott of Box Hill.
And
He's,
Brian McKinley in the Invitational athlete as well.
Yeah, and a shout out to Pete Chappell, who wanted me to say, I didn't want me to say, but I'm going to combine the two of you. This is peppered with old Zavarian athletes.
Oh, peppered.
There's a peppering of old Zavs. There's about 3 or 4 athletes in this field from old Zavarians. Pete, feel free to send me another text if I'm wrong. But they are looking really smooth. So, again, we got a big front pack. That's got to be about 14 again.
Yeah, love it. Love it for these boys. Once again, not jealous.
No.
I'm happy for them.
No. I'm just really throwing my support behind Andrew Lego. I just have an enormous respect for this man. I always have, but now even more, since he pants me. So this field looks good. There hasn't been, well, as Tim just mentioned, there hasn't been any change. In a big pack, nobody's really moved. Bucci on the shoulder, and he stayed there. Nobody's wanted to go around him at all. We got some more vigor athletes as well. So the Collingwood...
In the green,
yeah, trained
athletes. Athletics track-based athletes. Long way of saying that.
Yeah. Collingwood Athletics.
Track
Ben Hazler
based.
at the back there.
Brian McGinley sitting pretty behind Hudson Bucci. They are 1-2 behind our pacemaker.
Look, I don't want to go too deep into the archives, but Ben Hazler, a former triathlon captain at Xavier.
We're throwing
copped
out
that.
random facts.
Pete Chappell, the better man for the job back in the day. And he's going to put his name on this race just at the back of this front pack. As we now start to see, it's going to be Hudson Bucci who just slips a little bit further back from our pacemaker there and Alex Gruen. And, geez, a few boys are going to try and make their way around Alex Gruen. So they're not messing around. This is the D, 6'10".
Yeah, 6'10" through 2K in the D race. So that sort of means they'll be hitting 5K in about, well, just under 15:30. Like we said earlier, seed times range from 15:30 to 16:30 in this event. And, yeah, the top end of the field, mid 15 minutes, 3:05 per K average. And this is the D race.
Well, I'd be interested to know because how many of these guys were on that 15:30 mark? I know it ranges obviously a minute, but you could have more at the back end. You could only have a few at the front.
Well, it
but
looks like
it's running like there's a few at the front. Yeah, Alex Gruen steps off. Good pacing. And that leading it out is McKinley.
Yeah, Brian McGinley.
Yeah. So he's going to stretch it. Or I reckon nearly the 28 are in this race. I'm not going to absolutely definitively say that that's the case, but I wouldn't be surprised. Murray Lavasse coming through for Box Hill. Just looks like a hard night for 5K racing. Really hard.
Yeah. Although the wind's died now, I reckon.
Checking now's the time.
I reckon now's the time to run a quick 5K.
Now's it. Yeah.
Although
in pants and a jumper.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm warm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. We've been on the front straight the whole time, actually. Have you noticed the wind? No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm not discrediting you. Please, athletes, don't message Mick and I and say, you don't know how hard it was out there, because we do. We do. But how many of you got a personalised sign for tonight? Not many. So here we go. McGinley, Venner behind him there. Anderson leading out the next one with Bucci behind him. And on the internal of that is going to be Lynott. Josh Lynott. So he's a South Australian as well, Josh Lynott. So they've come from everywhere for every race.
Yeah, no shortage of interstate athletes coming down to Tullamarine Airport and making their way out to Box Hill.
So almost at that 3K split, we'll get another recalibration of where the athletes are at.
But there's plenty of boys in this field who would be very, very happy if they finished up running under 15.5 minutes. So Anderson, McGinley. Bucci's just fallen off the pace. Linnett. So 9.15, 3:05 per K. Barnett is up there as well.
All right. How are we moving? 15.25 pace. How good's Tim?
Yeah, 3:05 per K. They're like remarkably consistent. 6:10 exactly for the first 2K, and once again, 9:15 at
what does
3K
that blue
mark.
singlet say? I swear to God it said Day Drinking Track Club. I mean,
it's track club. I want to be.
Where do I sign up?
Yeah.
I've been a part of that track club for a while.
Yeah.
No,
just don't have the apparel.
Yeah, no. I've always been very disciplined and responsible. Everyone else tell a lie. Okay, so we make our way through. This front pack of 4. My goodness.
Yeah, there is.
Wow.
The carriages on the train have well and truly broken their shackles.
They're looking smooth. It's is it Lynott on the back? No, he started to drop off a little bit. Yeah. They all look locked in right now.
Yeah. They'll go through the 4K mark in a
Yeah, it is Lynott on the back. So Venner on the back. Still leading it out there is McGinley. So too is Jordan Abbott and Lynott. Josh Lynott on the back of it all. Hudson Bucci still not too far away. We said our old Zabs boys come through.
The peppering of old Zabs.
The peppering.
Your
Absolute
boy,
peppering.
Lego,
leading out Ben Hazler. I think he looks like he's in sprint spikes, Ben Hazler, which is interesting. That's the singlet I'm talking about. We need to check that one on the way through.
Yeah, right.
In fact, I'm willing to step onto the track, guys, if we need to. So at 11:30, no.
Yeah, that's not the split we want. They're not quite at 4K yet.
Yeah. They're coming around to it.
In another 400,
Yeah. Oh, we're starting to stretch it. Jordan Abbott. So he's going to start to stretch Venner. Yeah. Interesting time to move.
It is. It's
1400.
Yeah, like 4 laps to go sort of thing.
You wonder what do you... sometimes I reckon you just need
1,200.
Yeah, sorry, 1,200. Sometimes you just need to get your wheels moving, don't you?
Yeah, but as you said, interesting time to call it.
11, yeah, they're moving. 11:42. Lynott's going to try and go with him. Venner there. I think McGinley might just start to drop off the back a little bit, but he's still fighting on. Like, I wouldn't say he's done. Bucci there too. I would absolutely not say he's done.
Don't say he's done, you'll regret it.
Yeah. I'm going to take your advice on that one. Here we go. So who's that on the back?
So we want a 12:20 for the boys going through 4K. And we see the clock ticking over. 12:12, 12:13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So the 2 men in the front of the field have increased the pace.
Yeah, they're moving.
And the boys in 3rd and 4th position have maintained that pace for a 15:25 5K.
I can't believe this is the D, 5,000. So Jordan Abbott's still leading. It's a really nice position behind him there too. Sitting beautifully. Venner just been passed now. And there's McGinley who's gone past him. So line up right behind Jordan Abbott, but he looks smooth. Jordan Abbott, a little bit of a grimace. Doesn't obviously mean anything in the context of not knowing what's going through his head. But Lionel does look a little bit smoother facially, yeah. Without telepathically talking to Jordan Abbott and going, hey, mate, is this just your face tired or is your body tired? But he's stretching. Jordan Abbott's not going to die wondering. He's going to stretch Lionel, who is just going to sit off, which is smart.
I'm just happy that the boys out the front have help.
Yeah.
Number 1 and 2, 3 and 4, they're all helping each other out.
It's what you need.
Abbott, Lynett, McGinley, Venner.
Day Drinkers,
they're helping
Track
each other
Club,
out.
Yep.
What was the singlet saying?
Day Drinkers, Track Club.
Track Club.
Yep. Unbelievable.
That.
So look at this. It could be Lynott now who goes around. So he's not content with sitting on the shoulder. He's going to go. There's been some weird timing for moves.
Yeah.
But I'm also enjoying it.
Yeah, untraditional, some would say. Lynott, come down from Queensland for a trip, as we said. Plenty of interstaters tonight. I reckon more interstaters tonight than any other
meat.
Yeah,
look at this, mate. They're on 14:07.
So Lynott, Abbott. Yeah, they might even crack 15:20.
They're a real
Venner,
sniff.
McGinley.
Yeah, these two got to work hard here now. Look at this. Lynott, I mean, so he waited and bided his time, but he's been holding on to a lot as he absolutely flies up this back straight right now. So Lynott, 200 to go. 14:39. He's absolutely flying.
He's going to
Josh Lynott.
15:15.
So if you're watching from Queensland, what a performance from Josh Lynott right now, or wherever you're watching, realistically. I know he has a big social media presence, but Josh Lynott going to come down and he's going to absolutely flog it with 100 metres to go. Jordan Abbott still fighting on admirably. He wants that fast time, but we look at it, 15:04, 15:05. Look at this. He's going to go under 15:15.
Whoa.
15:10.
What a massive last couple of Ks. Huge.
15:28 PB. There you go. That's massive.
15:28.
15:19 for Jordan Abbott. Venner, big finish. McKinley as well. That's massive. Mate, what is going on?
So all under 15:25, all under 15:30 to top 4.
This is insane. Maybe the track, you're right. Maybe this is the time to run 5Ks. This is incredible.
Yeah, conditions just eased up. The wind's dropped. Bucci for a 15:38.
That's awesome. Benny Hazel with 15:50. Here comes Andrew Lego.
Lego.
So
your boy.
I'm running 17:40.
Yes. So
yeah.
whatever time Lego finishes in, plus a minute 20 to get
that was
Mitch's
great racing.
predicted finish time.
It's great. It's a tough night. tough night. Well done. See that?
Credit where it's credit's due.
Camaraderie there. He did. I could feel the look in the eyes where he said, "I want you out here. I want to bury you again."
I want to do that again. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sam Spicer, if you're listening.
Yeah.
I'll see you on the start line run for the kids.
Oh boy. Is that an official call out?
I've been buttering up for weeks.
I think
he won't accept my challenge.
Tattoo bet?
Because I know he's unfit.
No more tattoo
And if he was fit and I was fit,
you'd get him.
Well, no, I'd never beat him.
No? I'm backing you in. I'm backing you right in.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. But it's not about me.
You.
It's about everyone lining up for the men's E, 5,000 metres, close out the evening.
Well, that's massive. Yeah, the men's E. Wow. Who would have thought that we'd make it? Me, because that's how time works.
I would have thought. I knew it was going to happen.
You thought we'd get here? There were some moments where I thought,
drinking track club.
Maybe not. Did you find it? Told you.
But also, like on the back, DDTC.
Day
like, if you know, you know.
Club. Yeah. People jog past. Oh, my God. It's the DDTC. I know these guys.
Are you part of the DDTC?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hold
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I am in it.
Oh, really?
Content of the evening about to get underway as the men's E5000 metres. We will announce the field once they are underway.
So if this last race was 15:30 to 16:30 kind of range,
What do you think we're at here? 16:30 to.
But then, like the mixed races were being won in about 17 odd.
Yeah, true.
So I reckon we're around that 16.5 to 17.5 range.
Yeah.
At the E race, which is so to be in the 5th fastest race of the evening, you're running under 3.5 minute Ks.
It's pretty insane. I know
Yeah,
we've mentioned it a lot of times, but the depth here is incredible.
Yeah, deep. Depth is deep.
Depth is deep.
Especially with about 30 people race depth.
Depth equals deep.
Yeah, well,
know.
I'm not wrong, am I? Stop laughing at me.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And
I just wish I said that.
About, 8 races, about 25 people per race, about 200 people getting around 12.5 laps tonight.
It's big.
It's pretty good.
At the best track in Australia as well. It's special.
I'll tell you what the track needs next time.
Yeah.
Next time. Next year.
Yeah.
Wave lights.
Yeah. We need the time.
We've got to have a word to say about that.
You know, in that 10K, because that's where I'm imagining you got the idea from.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. The women's one was out. So
what do you mean?
Elise Cranny thought she broke the 10K record because she was ahead of the light. And the light was off by like 2 seconds or something.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah, so she's gone across. That's why she was so elated.
No.
And then she's found out that she didn't break it.
She wasn't watching the clock. She was watching the
She just looked at the light because she was behind it. And then she got
no.
ahead of it. She was like, oh, my God, I've done it. And then, unfortunately, it was a little bit behind.
Oh, that sucks.
So we need high-functioning wave lights. Here we go. This is a full field. I'm convinced.
Yeah, it's looking thick.
Pacer wants to do it from lane 2.
Yeah, he's probably just let him get at it for a bit, because I reckon there'll be some ambitious cats in this. I was about to say in this kennel, but cats don't go in kennels.
There is some cats in this kennel. What a kennel that would be.
Puppies in this kennel.
There are some, I meant to say, some badgers.
Badgers.
Badgers don't belong in kennels or in Australia.
Belong in Wisconsin.
The name's Morgan and Ollie. So 77 is the first lap.
You're looking at me like I'm about to do maths.
I thought, honestly, I thought it was going to be one look.
Wow, that's quick.
And you went, well.
No, that's about.
I'll be very impressed.
About 16 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so they're on.
They are definitely on. So maybe the fastest of this are around the 16-minute.
So let's get a look at who this is. But a nice big pack. These have all started in big packs.
A couple of Diamond Valley lads leading it out. Tyler Murphy, Dylan Littlejohn, and cannot see the hip number of old mate from Mentone.
It's
sorry.
Sam Merry, who was
Sam
over
Merry.
here looking for a hip number earlier.
Couldn't find one.
Had
Just
to
like
write
Rob
one
in
on.
the last Miles Club couldn't find his shoes. Sam Merry
Wait, did
couldn't
you
find
see that
his-
he commented?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
What did
He
he say?
commented on the video saying, I usually wear shoes. Like, I forgot my shoes. It was real.
No.
Yeah. I'm not kidding. I saw the comment, and he was like, good pickup. Like, I forgot my shoes. I was like, oh, my. I felt,
Unreal.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, is it, I mean, if we didn't pick that up, we would be out of a job.
Yeah. They're like an elephant in the room. Don't mention the lack of shoes.
Yeah.
Don't
These
mention the
skin
lack
colour
of
shoes that Rob's got on,
Yeah.
they are interesting. But what a performance with forgetting your shoes. I was hoping he'd be here tonight.
Yeah, might be, I don't know, might be, because he ran the mile last time.
Yeah,
so he might be
could be
doing
out of-
1,500 this Thursday out at the Miles Club.
I want Rob.
Oh, more Rob.
We want Rob.
12.5 laps, no shoes, couldn't
You couldn't do it.
Couldn't be comfortable.
You could not do it. Not on a track. So let's have a look here. 3:21 as they make their way around.
Yeah, so that's
So McLean.
16:40 pace. Hamish McLean leading the way around.
This seems about the pace. If we were working
Yeah.
off the others.
Yeah, a bit ambitious for that first lap at 77s. Just settled in over the next couple of laps to, 3:20 per K.
Almost
80
bound to
second
happen.
laps.
Yeah, in some of these races now. So they've still got a big pack. This one, they haven't been spotted as much room at all in that front pack. Second pack, got plenty of room. Front pack, not so much.
Yeah, thickened right up, which is good. As we said, the winds dropped a little bit, but plenty of protection in there.
So if you are watching the stream as well and you're looking for results, it's the AV Results Hub. Has everything on there. So just head to the Athletics Victoria Results Hub.
Yeah, just Google
and it'll
it.
give you all of the results
Hub
for this event. And just about every event across the calendar. If not, every event.
Or even, AV Results Hub.
It's pinned in the comments.
Pinned in the comments.
There you go.
If you type in Box Hill Burn in Google as well, it'll come up, results on that page. There's multiple...
Should I out who asked me where the results were?
Yeah, I mean, because we're making it seem so simple. We're like, just Google it, mate. Out it.
It's like okay, Tom Robertson. There's 3 ways for you to find the results.
Athletics Victoria.
You are a
Box
smart
Hill,
man.
or a basic Google of the meet.
Much smarter than
Name.
I admit, I've also struggled to find that as a commentator. So I need to put my hand up.
But we're good at finding qualifying times at the last minute.
Oh, boy,
are
are
saying we are good at.
Oh, boy.
And we can say that now that it was an hour and a half ago.
Yep. Yep. That's not bad from us. It's not bad timing. Here we go. Still a big pack. The pacemaker seemed to be, I don't know if he's still out there, but he was pacemaking the back pack. So he must be out there for someone. Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah,
he's pacemaking the back
he's
pack.
actually marked as pacer on our list here, which you would assume is pacing the
Maybe they've all gone
field,
around.
but
Yeah. They've all seen the results and gone, I want a piece of it. So make their way through. It's our 2 Diamond Valley boys looking
so
really
Little John
good.
and McCarthy are the 2 training partners, we'll assume, from Diamond Valley, Little John and McCarthy. Everything's starting to string out now.
Yeah. Still quite a few in it, though. I guess, mind you, starting to get to the latter part of this race, if you're going to make a move, you want to do it soon because you don't want to leave this many people in it. So, 6:49. Would that be 6?
Yeah, 6:49, 6:50. So, probably more heading towards that 17-minute pace now, based on that.
Yeah, it's not too far away at all. Tim Crosby's taken a seat in the grandstand. He's just going to do it in the most casual way he can.
Yeah.
I love it. Well deserved after 4 hours of standing up on your feet. That's very, very well deserved. Little John, still leading it out. McLennan. Oh, the coach loves it. He's right in there. Ooh, I'm motivated.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous of
I
not
might
being out
be
there?
for the first time of the night. It's weird. I shouldn't be jealous of this. I should be more jealous of the Stewie stuff and Sam McKenzie.
Yeah.
But these guys are my wheelhouse right now. So, yeah. Yeah.
So, yes.
Although my stubbornness makes me feel like, put me in it, I go close. But realistically, put me in it, and I snap both Achilles and run 18:37.
Yeah.
And
or tear a calf like
Yep.
I did at 3K just before Christmas.
Not fun tearing a calf. It kills. At least you did yours in a cool way. I didn't mind playing thirds footy one time.
Yeah.
Like, who tears a calf in thirds footy? Not even Magoo's. Thirds. That's just...
Magoo's.
That's just obscene. Anyway, we're not talking about footy. We're talking about these fantastic men's E5,000 metre competitors. At 9:43, where else would you rather be? Not me, nowhere else.
Little John and training partner McCarthy have just gone 1-2 this whole way. They're leading the way, but I don't know. That hasn't proven the best tactic for many races tonight, has it?
Nah. I reckon Matt Clark at the back of that as well. He's had a really good sit right at the back of the pack. So it'll be interesting to see if he makes his way through or whether he's just comfortable enough to stay there for a little bit longer. If this is meant to be the pacemaker, these boys are all on for huge PBs.
That's what I'm thinking is because he's been lapping his watch, and he's the field pacemaker. Clearly he's been given a job of,
he's got the single.
17 minutes, 17.5 minutes, whatever it is. And he thought, well, why would I just sit in front of the field? I'll just run what the pace is.
For
those who want to follow it.
Maybe he's lied about how fast he is and fit he is. He's just come in and he's been like, well, this is comfortable enough for me. I've got a group behind me. This will do. This feels right. Something I'd consider. Little John starting to move back a little bit. New race leader. I think that's our man from the Dunedin Runners. Here we go, 3K mark.
So him 3K, 10 minutes will get us 16:40. And, well, yeah, they're probably around that 16:40 mark, 16:45. Bit of a break made by
a couple of guys up ahead of the field.
Well, behind him I know it's Sammy Merry, because a familiar face of not having a bib.
Merry.
Can't forget that one. I have a feeling... I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna say it's...
Well, it's Mary leading the field now.
Well, it's Mary leading the field. That's all we need to know.
John's still
We'll
there.
wait and see who's on his shoulder.
In that next pack,
that's
the
an important
Valley
part
boys.
of it. I cannot for the life of me work out who that is in second place, but I would love to know.
Yeah. This one here.
Okay, we're going to get this man out in front, unless you've worked it out.
Yeah. I think it's Brodie McCarthy.
Yeah,
Is that who no. Hamish McLean with the number 8 hip number.
Yeah.
Hamish McLean. Sammy Merry.
Here comes Matt Clark.
Matt Clark, invitational athlete. Looks like, could even have the run culture singled on, coached by Dane Verway. Yeah, that might be an ambitious call to make, but from afar, it looks like what it is.
Nah, I think you're close.
So it is.
So what do we got here? Would we have 1,500? Yep. No, 1,400. Coming up to 1,400 to go. Yeah, it hasn't moved much, this chase pack. They've all got to really work well together, though. Like, this could be broken up over the next 1,300. Well, 1,300 to the finish, but, lap to go, 300 metres to go. It's anybody's race, so you want to put yourself in the spot and be right there with them.
And we've seen plenty of races tonight where those people just sit in nice, saving energy in that second pack, have had a couple of monster last couple of laps, making their way through the field.
Well, here we go. Our man nearly missed the race. Sammy Merry.
Yeah.
Antone. Well, as we say that, here comes Hamish McLennan. So McLennan makes his way right around, and making a move now to the front of this is Nathan Tiemans, who's been training quite well, I should say. Been watching him train 3 times.
And it's been
phenomenal.
good.
Yep, been great every single time. Really hard worker from the Dunedin stables. But here we go. So Mary's going to go again. This is cat and mouse. I don't think they can quite get comfortable, these two. But it is going to be Tiemann who might try and peg it back, as we mentioned. Here we go again. McLean. What is going on?
McLean, Mary McLean.
Mary McLean. That sounds like a clothing brand.
Mary McLean.
A business idea. Okay, Mary's back in front.
And they're well under that pace.
Yeah.
That 16:40 pace. They've increased.
Let's have a gaze at Tiemann as well. He's bringing them back. Okay, McLennan's coming back again. These guys have changed the lead 4 times in 200 metres. This is insane. Just relax, boys. You got time. What do you got? 800 metres to go after this. Just settle. Well, as I say that now, Tiemann's brought a few back into it. So no wonder they're changing the pace. They're trying to break it. So Tiemann now is going to find a little gap through the middle potentially. No, Mary's still keeping an McLennan on the inside. Tiemann, and so too is Dan Gibney. So Gibney on the back there. But Tiemann done a lot of work over that last 400 to get on there. Matty Clark. Look at this. So Mary goes again. Tiemann on the back now. And it is still Hamish McLennan trying to go after him, but Mary, 600 to go. This will either be the move of the race or the end of it. There's no in between with this sort of movement. I hope for his sake it's the move of the race. He stretched it out. That's for sure. I think it is McLean who's starting to drop off. So Hamish McLean, he was up there a lot. There was a lot of rotation.
Yeah, a bit of to and froing. Mary is still in the mix there.
Or could be Tiemann? No, Tiemann's on the back. Yeah,
he's leading the mix.
Yeah. So Mary, Tiemann on the back, and it is Gibney in the middle. So Mary, Gibney, Tiemann. Let's see if he can hang on. Hamish has done so much work. Here we go. Mary goes again. He's found one more gear.
Yeah.
So as we mentioned, almost missed the race. Was asking us for a pen 3 minutes before the race started, seeing if he could draw on his number. This is incredible. He's just come out here and run. We love it.
1640. They'll go well under 1640.
Here we go. Ramp it up, boys. So Tiemann's, I reckon, looks the best on the back. Here he goes. Bang. Around the outside. So Mary's going to go with... Oh, no, I think Mary might have felt the pinch. And it's Gibbons, or Gibney, I should say. Dan Gibney going to go with Tiemann's. So, 15:40, I believe that is on the clock. Tiemann going to try and stretch out Gibney, and he's stretching him out really well. As a matter of fact, I reckon it's going to be really hard to catch Tiemann here. Gibney's got his work cut out for him, but the final 100 metres can feel like 600, depending on your legs. So it is Tiemann. He's going to come down a beautifully timed race here for our man Tiemann, representing the Deneen runners. I believe a Box Hill man, but Steve will leave a happy man. 16:22. Woo!
Wow. They've wound it up
That's
in the last
fantastic.
2Ks. Oh, my God.
Mary a big time as well. Gibbons behind them a massive time. Let's see what Hamish can get down to. He deserves a really fast time, Hamish McLennan. 16:36. Huge racing from the boys. Great work. Great work. We see the rest of our field come down now in the final event, the men's E 5,000 metres. What a night.
What a night.
Unfortunately, a few little incidents through the night, which saw some of our faster competitors not able to make it.
Pacemaker come through at 17 minutes dead.
I reckon, yeah.
So that was the pace.
There you go. So these guys
just
have blown
it out of the water.
Good on him. Good for the pacemaker for finishing as well.
Yeah.
Actually. Come to think of
It's going well.
Yeah.
17 minutes. Yeah, I'll run 17
I
minutes.
can do that. Yeah,
That's
no
cool.
dramas. Wow, we've seen a World Junior qualifier. We've seen times just off World Champs qualifiers. We've seen a lot of PBs.
A little bit
lot
of
of
drama
struggles.
as well.
Yeah, a bit of drama. What a night at Box Hill.
Another one. Another great burn.
Never a bad... I'm not going on microphone with that. Never a bad Box Hill burn, mate. Let me tell you that.
Peter Bowl as well.
Yep.
A couple of seconds off that Australian record.
Yeah, he was great. Claudia Hollingsworth having a real red-hot crack at it.
Yeah.
Georgia Griffith bouncing back to pacemake.
Yeah.
It was great as well.
It was unfortunate that she took a fall in the early stages of her 1,000 metres.
And that's it, Mick. That's all we've got for tonight.
That is it. And what's coming up, we've got Myers Club this Thursday. So that will be at Duncan McKinnon Reserve. And we've got 800 and 1,500 metres. That's the fifth. Already the fifth Myers Club. I can't believe that. The fifth and final Myers Club meet of the season. I remember very clearly just being at meet one.
Yep.
And then we've got the Box Hill Classic, as we said. If you're jealous of everyone running tonight, come
sign
down
up
and run in a couple of weeks.
Oh, race
3,000 metres, 1,500 metres, Box Hill.
You want to feel
Box
good
Hill
about
Classic.
yourself? Race me. You will beat me. I guarantee you will beat me. Get down and race. It's a great event, great track. and it'll really see out the distance running events for the year outside of nationals and anybody going interstate and overseas.
As I say, a couple of good ones in the Collingwood Harriers and Richmond Harriers 5K events, and there's 10K with the Collingwood Harriers. But a lot of these events you'll see on Athletics Exclusive.
Very exciting.
Tune in.
Hey, beautiful to see you again, Mick. And
As
a massive
always.
thank you to Lachlan Rayner for putting all this on. Also, Dave Armstrong for doing the camera work and everybody else associated.
And Jeremy Griffiths for bringing us hamburgers and beers.
Absolutely elite down here at Box Hill for the Box Hill Burn.
Thanks, everyone. As he crosses
Thackeray making her way down the home straight now as well with closing speed. But it is going to be Rose Davies. What a performance from her as Thackeray as well. Let's watch the clock. It's going to be under qualifier. He wants to win. Seth O'Donnell will hold on. But Archie Noakes, there's your World Junior qualifier. Look at that. There's another one. Watch the clock. He's going to go low 14:40. Let's go 5.
14:45.
Appleby. He makes his way under too. Well done there.
I think my car's going to regret this tomorrow. This one's